Okay, hello, my name is Brian Bowen, and welcome to my channel. This is the seventh part that I've been doing of a debate review that I had with Anuj Agarwal from India on the comment section of a debate review video that Jonathan and McClattchie did with Timothy McGrew over Jonathan's debate with Matt Dillahunty. And I've been doing this debate for a few days, and I was doing this particular debate review for a couple of days. And this debate review I was doing for a couple of weeks, over 2 weeks actually. Between us, we did 220 posts, which was the longest I've ever done on a comment section. All right, we're continuing the my debate review of Anuj Agarwal from India. All right, part two of my reply to the Quran, the alleged eyewitness account. I said this is plain wrong. Laugh out loud. The Hadiths claim that various scribes of Muhammad. Okay, I'm quoting him. So either they were living memory or literally written down at the time of the events. This means that they were eyewitness testimony of Moon's bleeding miracle is far stronger than with the resurrection of Jesus, as Quran is written by actual eyewitnesses. Again, he never could specify eyewitnesses or show evidence of eyewitnesses. He just says they claim that they were written by eyewitnesses. Okay, Bible claims that they are eyewitnesses, and you still don't think they're written by eyewitnesses. Luke even says specifically that he got his information from eyewitness testimony, and explicitly, you don't think it's written by eyewitness testimony just simply because it says it. Well, you're thinking it's written by eyewitness testimony. No, it's not written by eyewitness testimony. Again, these are stories, verses, whatever you want to call them, that was dictated from Muhammad to his earliest followers. Nobody witnessed anything. They didn't see it. Therefore, how can they witness it? This is again straight out of the Hadith, as narrated by Zayd bin Thabat, Abu Bakr, Abu Bakr Siddiq sent for me when the people of Yamama had been killed. I had a number of Prophet's companions who fought against Muhammad. I went to him and found Umar bin al-Khattab sitting with him. Abu Bakr then said to me, Umar has come to me and said, this is from their own Islamic tradition. Casualties were heavy among the Qur'an. It's people that memorize the information of the Quran, those who knew the Quran by heart, on the day of the battle of Yamama, and I am afraid that more heavy casualties may take place from the Quran on other battlefields, whereby a large part of the Quran may be lost. Therefore, I suggest you, Abu Bakr, order that the Quran be collected. I said to Umar, how can you do something which Allah's apostles did not do? Umar said, by Allah, that is a good project. Umar kept on urging me to accept his proposal till Allah opened my chest for it. In other words, his heart accepted or something like that. And I began to realize the good in the idea, which Umar had realized. Then Abu Bakr said to me, you are a wise young man, and we do not have any suspicion about you. And you used to say to me, you are a wise young man, and we do not have suspicion of you, and you used to be divine inspiration for Allah's apostle. So you should search for the fragmentary scripts of the Quran and collect it in one book. By Allah, if they had ordered me to shift one of the mountains, it would not have been heavier for me than this order for me to collect the Quran. Then I said to Abu Bakr, how will you do something which Allah's apostles did not do? Abu Bakr replied, by Allah, it is a good project. Abu Bakr kept on urging me to accept his idea until Allah opened my chest for what had been opened the chest of Abu Bakr and Umar. So I started looking for the Quran and collecting it from what was written on palm stalks, thin white oaks, and also from the men who knew it by heart, till I found the last verse of Surat Tawbah, repentance with Abi Kuzama al-Nazari, and I did not find it with anybody other than him. The verses, and he goes on to tell the verse in the Quran. James White comments, Muhammad has died, the prophet's living voice has been removed, and in the days after his death, the visions began to take shape and ramifications for the Islamic world to our very day. This is so written Quranic text. While some ayat signs have been written on various available items, parchment, shoulder, bones of camels, smooth rocks, the only truly authoritative version exists in the minds of the particular men, Quran, who had memorized all of it, or at least part of it, the Quran. White, whatever you Christian needs to know about the Quran, pages 254 through 255. Although some written text existed, most of it was memorized by Muhammad's closest followers, most of which died at the Battle of Yamama, 70 of them. Later, they had pieced together the Quran, because it was so fragmentary. In part 3 of my reply to the Quran's alleged eyewitness testimony, again, not on par with the New Testament. There are no moon-splitting miracles that are being witnessed. Call me old-fashioned, but there isn't there an eye in eyewitness? In order for them to have witness, they would have to see it, not just hear about it from Muhammad in the form of a story. This is not an eyewitness account. This is what I say to you, why I say to you that you have double standards. You think that the Gospels are made up of these stories floating around, and this is why you reject them as eyewitness testimony, or rejecting eyewitness testimony. But Muhammad allegedly tells a story to some of his followers about him splitting the moon, and you all for thinking that it's based upon eyewitness testimony. Again, one standard you have for the Quran, and another you have for the New Testament. These things are not far apart either, since that both are relying on stories told by another. That's assuming, of course, if the Gospels are relying on that. Now, of course, there's no evidence that the Gospels are, and I don't believe they are. And of course, the burden of proof is on the person who asserts it, but former critics claim it, and some scholars like Bart Ehrman pick up on that. But and of course, there's a major shift in scholarship where lots of scholars are now leading away from former critics because they've recognized that it's pure speculation. It's always been pure speculation. Even at the time they assert it, it's been pure speculation. They didn't base it on a single shred of evidence. And the evidence of them being based upon eyewitness testimony is strong. Also, the resurrection is far earlier than the Gospels, as I have been trying to tell you since the beginning of the debate. I don't know if I got all of this. I don't think I did, but yeah, we have an early creed in 1 Corinthians 15, which was passed on to Paul. I went through all that creed. The atheist New Testament scholar Gerd Ludemann, yes, I'm finally quoting him, said it may be taken as historically certain that Peter and the disciples had experiences after Jesus' death in which Jesus appeared to them as the risen Christ. Ludemann, what really happened to Jesus, page 80. Paula Fredrickson, a liberal historian and scholar from Boston University, said, I know in their own terms they saw the raised Jesus. That's what they say. And then all the historic evidence we have afterwards attest to their conviction that that's what they saw. I'm not saying they really did see raised Jesus. I wasn't there. I don't know what they saw, but I do know as a historian they must have seen something. Remember, Paula Fredrickson is a liberal historian. She's not a Christian. As far as I know, and she takes a very skeptical view of the New Testament. It says last sentence, italics in the original, Paul Fredrickson interview by ABC journalist Peter Jennings in the search for Jesus documentary. All right. Part 4 of my reply to the Quran's alleged eyewitness testimony. Because you accuse me of appealing to authority, I cited the evidence first because this is the very evidence that has convinced almost all scholars that this is the case. So I wasn't appealing to authority. Another thing to take note of is that they are non-Christian scholars, so they are not saying that Jesus was raised. they believe they saw Jesus, or raised as indicated by the last citation, but they do think the historical evidence is strong enough to concede they believe they saw Jesus, saw this, that this proclamation was going straight back to the apostles themselves, and it was all based upon an early eyewitness report delivered by Paul. I do not think that the Quran would have this kind of evidence. What we have is a story told by a man to some of his followers who memorized it and was pieced together later, and that in all, assuming we can even reconstruct the original Quran past the Umayyad revision, I really wish we could have focused on a case for the Jesus' resurrection more, but you seem to focus with flinging bullets at me to listen to the evidence in favor of his resurrection. Then I quoted him again. This is the development of the Quran happened per Muslim tradition. Quran first compiled by Abu Bakr, copy Quran and did not match the Quran compiled by Abu Bakr. After Yamama. This is why I said at worst you have 40 years. This is him talking. If we go by Islamic narrative, then Quran was compiled and standardized within 2 years of death of Muhammad. No, it wasn't. That would have been impossible since the Quran did not get composed until after death of Muhammad. He said within 2 years of death of Muhammad. While it took Gospels 4 years just to get started, no, that's not true. Start with that's assuming the latest date possible for the Gospel of Mark. And that's kind of taking it completely out of context of what actually the reason. But and I say Google Books again. Don't you own any books? Anyhow, this doesn't contradict the history that I give. And you are still missing my overall point. First, these accounts of miracles were told by Muhammad, not witnessed. You can cite the Quran's date all you want, and you get nowhere fast. There are still stories being told by Muhammad that none of his followers had witnessed, and later pieced together. Second, since the Umayyad revision was done by Uman and a central governing power, Islam burned all of the other manuscripts. The dating of the Quran becomes insignificant to this. In addition to that, the Quran is mainly about Jesus, and it is 600 years removed from his lifetime. I haven't stressed that in a while, so I thought I would just state the obvious fact that you have been overlooking for most of this debate. Yes, it was, in fact, Quran states that pagans said, this is him talking again, this is just old magics, and refused to believe in Muhammad even after the miracle. So we have actual eyewitness accounts here. And that was what the Quran was stating, the pagans were stating. At least when Christians talk about what the Jews were saying with the empty tomb in Matthew, we show corroborating evidence through Justin Martyr and Tertullian, who repeated what the Jews were still spreading around in their day. What corroborating evidence does the Quran have? And you keep mentioning these mysterious eyewitnesses. Who are they? I can give you some names of the eyewitnesses of Jesus, and with the authorship of the Gospels, who were the eyewitnesses that saw Muhammad split the moon? I don't think he ever answered that. He never gave me any names of the eyewitnesses that allegedly saw this, because he don't know. He's assuming it's based on eyewitness testimony. He has one standard for the Quran and a different standard for the New Testament because he really dislikes the New Testament. He thinks the Quran is better evidence than the New Testament. In reality, it is not. And so he thinks that should have the same standard, or that automatically actually accept the Quran. No, not unless I want to lower my standards of evidence, and I don't want to lower my standards of evidence. My standards of evidence, my epistemology is very sound. It's very good. I like it. It gets me on the right track. It gets me on the truth. I'm not going to lower my standards to say I'm going to, it's all right if I need lots of evidence from the New Testament, but I'm just going to lower my standards with the Quran and take a work that's 600 years after the fact. No, I'm not going to lower my standards. All right. First, I never said memorization of information counts against the Quran. In fact, I have never challenged this, and I already mentioned this earlier too. I am not disputing whether they got Muhammad's words correct, but whether they are eyewitnesses to Muhammad's alleged miracles. Since these were simply stories being told by to his followers, none of them actually saw him allegedly split the moon, did they? Secondly, piece together does not mean that it dates back to the time of Muhammad, but later. Since they gathered up in fragments, most of it memorized, only a small portion of it written down. And most of the ones that memorized it died in the Battle of Yamama before it was even pieced together in the first place. Thirdly, the dating of the Quran is insignificant to my above points. So and then I quote him again, he provides Sahih al-Baghr that says the Quran. I said already did. Sahih al-Bakr 6.510, as cited at the beginning of this response. Now I quote him again, says, as proven above, none of your arguments follow from the premise. This is him talking. We do know that Quran was written down because the Birmingham manuscript. Also, we have Topkapi manuscript from Turkey, which is called Uthman Mus'haf, because the writing style clearly proves it is such according to the evaluation of Munajid. Neither this Mus'haf nor the Mus'hafs located in Tashkent. If I'm butchering these names, forgive me. I'm trying to my best to pronounce them. Al-Mashhad, Al-Hassan in Cairo, and in the Muslim or the Museum of Turkish and Islamic Works in Istanbul, where the Mashhafs attributed to caliphs. Okay, he's going through this with a few manuscripts. Okay, he's trying to legitimize the manuscripts. I don't know, belonging to the Quran. Maybe he's trying to say, okay, they come from Uthman. He says they come attributed to Caliph Uthman. All right, they come from around this time period. Okay. Have been copied from Mushaf attributed to Caliph Uthman for this reason. Each of them was called the Mushaf Uthman. So at worst, we have a Quran from 40 years after the miracle. Again, you don't have a miracle. You have someone stating something that they're claiming, or that Muhammad telling his followers, and it gets pieced together later. So you don't have anybody witnessing any miracles. Written by eyewitnesses, this is far, far stronger than anything the Gospels have provided, which is not nowhere near. All right, because by the way, the Gospel manuscripts are actually, out of the nearly 5,800 Greek New Testament manuscripts that we have, the Gospels are by far the most abundantly copied, which is what we would expect. We have more copies of the Gospels than we would have of any other, book in the New Testament. It was copied quite frequently and quoted from quite frequently, by the way, because the early church fathers actually quoted from it. And so it's not better than we have in the Gospels. Finding a few manuscripts isn't enough. You have to have lots of manuscripts to reconstruct the original text, because how do you know that Islam didn't change anything? You find a few of them, but by the way, these few that do, they're actually different. They have differences in them. The few that we have found, they do have differences in them. Okay. In fact, James White brings it up all the time to Muslims in debates, because they're so concerned, they're so confident that the Quran is perfect and they don't have any divisions. And so James White brings up, yes, I do. I could prove that it had variations even before the Islamic revision. And he does this by the few manuscripts that we have found. But you can't reconstruct, the point is you can't reconstruct the original text. It's just physically impossible, Dave. Now, I put actually all of them follow from their premises, but as usual, you keep missing my point of all this, and apparently you didn't understand the Hadith literature as well as you thought. Also, having a few manuscripts isn't enough to reconstruct the original text, which is what I just said. Wow, you really need a lesson in textual criticism. It takes a lot of manuscripts to compare in order to reconstruct the original. Think of it like a jigsaw puzzle. If you only had one or two pieces of the puzzle, is that enough to know what the whole picture? To know the whole picture? No. And if you only have one or two manuscripts, it would not be enough to reconstruct the original text. We have about 5,800 Greek New Testament manuscripts, over 10,000 Old Latin manuscripts, and a number of various other languages. Together, we have over 24,000 copies of the New Testament. And unlike Islam, for the first 400 years of the church, there was no central controlling power regulating a specific line of manuscript copies. This means our confidence in our ability to reconstruct the original text is greater because we have the manuscripts to compare. However, Islam does not have this, and this is why I said earlier that it is physically impossible to get past the Islamic revision. A few manuscripts that escape the burning will not help your case. Again, the dating of the Quran or the Islamic revision is insignificant toward my actual points. In addition to this, keep in mind that the Quran is about more about Jesus than it is about Muhammad. This is why there are very few miracles in the Quran attributed to Muhammad. However, the Quran is dated 600 years, 6 centuries after Jesus, making it far too removed to be of any real historical value. I need to check it to see if I got all your posts and responses, and I will let you know if this will apply. I'm done, but it looks like it. And then, as before, if you want to respond to these 4 replies as one, this will be okay. Okay, and then I put that I'm done on it. Okay, and I put clarification what, because I realized that he was asking for clarification. Okay, this is what I put. I'm gonna go ahead and read this reply because this kind of clarifies my argument a little bit more. And I don't think he fully understood what I was trying to argue. I didn't at first with him either, but I don't think he did with me either, because he kept thinking. See, here's what he was thinking. He was thinking that I had a double standard and that McClatchie had a double standard with other religious texts and other texts that claim to be the Word of God, because he thought that our standard for determining this was either their self-proclamation to being the Word of God, or having divine authority, or miracles being done, some of that nature. And since the Quran also has miracles being done and claims to be the Word of God, then I should accept that just like I would accept the Bible, because he thinks that that was my standard, but it's not. In fact, he attacks that criteria that wasn't even my criteria. He said, oh, this is a bad criteria to have. I agree. That's why I don't have it. But he thought I had that criteria, and he kept attacking that criteria that I don't have, even though I explicitly and repeatedly said that I didn't have it. That's not the criteria I have. All right. And of course, he thought I had a double standard. I didn't. I was judging it by the same standard because I don't have the criteria that he thought I had for determining the truthfulness of the Gospels, or the reliability or historicity of the Gospels, or whether Jesus was divine, and that sort of thing. And he misunderstands when we talk about the resurrection, because it is a miracle. And Christianity is based on that miracle, but it's on that specific miracle that it's founded on, not on any other miracle claim throughout the Gospels. It's founded on the basis of Jesus' resurrection, which is far earlier than any of the Gospels. All right. I said, sorry about before when I accused you of trying to reply early, but I think I understand your question a bit more now that I had a chance to really think about what you are asking. Okay, how do I know what Jesus said in the Gospels are true or corresponds to reality, right? I do look at Jesus' teachings more theological than I do historically. This doesn't mean that I don't look at what Jesus said through the lens of a historian that knows how these things were constructed by their respected authors. But as I already said, theological truths and historical truths require different methodologies. It doesn't make the theological truths wrong. It just that the historian doesn't have the tools to assess theological conclusions. Historically, I can prove that Jesus died by crucifixion, but I cannot prove that with the same methodology, in other words, historical methodology, that Jesus died for my sins. It doesn't mean that I can't prove it at all. I just can't prove it historically. Something like that would require a different methodology. I can understand or demonstrate that Jesus called himself God historically, but I can't prove that Jesus was God by the same methodology. It doesn't mean that I can't prove it theologically, but I can't prove it historically. In fact, this is actually why I pointed them to James White's book on the Forgotten Trinity, because he actually goes into that, into the theology of proving it using the New Testament and citing passages of why we believe that Jesus is divine and deity. And he said, well, he came back, well James, I'm not going to read the whole book. James White's book is pretty theological. Well, yeah, because, how do you expect us to prove that Jesus was the Son of God? We prove it theologically. We don't prove it historically. There is historical, we can prove it historically that Jesus said he was God. We can prove it historically that the earliest followers believed him to be God, but we can't prove it historically that he was God. That's proven on theological grounds, and nobody thinks differently on that. So, just because the historian just lacks the tools to be able to access theological, make theological conclusions and access theological truth claims, it requires a different methodology. Theology and history are two different disciplines. Again, it doesn't mean we can't prove it. We can prove it. We just have to prove it with on the basis of theological grounds, which is how it's usually proven. Okay, it doesn't mean we can prove it all. I just can't do it historically. Something like that requires a different methodology. I can demonstrate that Jesus called himself God historically, but I can't prove that he was God by the same methodology. It doesn't mean that I can't prove it theologically, but I just can't prove it historically. Barman was once asked during a Q&A session of one of his debates, do you believe that theological modes of knowledge are a valid form of knowledge? He actually blew me away with his answer. He answered, yes. I have certain theological beliefs called doctrine of inerrancy and doctrine of inspiration. The later means that God inspired or breathed out scripture. This comes from 2 Timothy 3:16. I'm not arguing in a circle. I'm just saying where the doctrine came from. This means that God somehow guided the hands of the writers of the Bible. People dispute the mode in which God did it, but most agree with plenary verbal inspiration, which God acting through the personalities, characteristics, styles, etc. of these writers. This means that we can accept that these people would write as they would normally write uh, any other piece of literature. But whenever everything's said and done, it is exactly what God wants it to be. Does this mean that I only accept the gospel's historicity and the authorship because of the my theological beliefs? No, that's typical Bar Ehrman crud. I'm hoping you rise above that. That's not the case. These things can be dealt with on a historical level as proven as such. I also believe that the Bible is inerrant. This does not mean that it doesn't use figures of speeches, exaggerations to prove a point, hyperbole, and other types of literary devices. It also doesn't mean that Jesus' words had to be recorded verbatim, but it does mean that the information presented in the Bible, no matter how that information is expressed, is without error. Now, I probably could have stressed that a little bit in the original text, not in our published Bible version. Now, let me answer another question. I know you are dying to ask, how do you know if the Quran is not inspired word of Allah? That Muslims seem to think it is. However, in spite of countless times skeptics have attacked the Bible's truthfulness, they have never been able to do so. No skeptic has ever demonstrated an error in the Bible. The way in which this could be done is to show a single archaeological find or historical source, undisputed and reliable and early, as far as the historical sources go, but none has ever been produced. When Bar Ehrman goes to try and prove that the Bible has errors, he does proven quotation marks here, that the Bible has errors. Does he point to archaeology? No. Does he point to an early extant source that opposes the Bibles, the New Testaments, or the Gospels' historicity? No. He points to differences between the Gospels, which is circular, because you have to assume these differences are errors to begin with and are not reconcilable. Why doesn't he point to historical sources that oppose the New Testament? Wouldn't that be easier than to elephant hurl gospel differences at us? Because there is none, and that's the issue. The Quran has a number of historical and scientific errors in it. Unlike the Bible, which has no source that opposes it, the Quran does. It denies one of the most best attested facts about Jesus, and I'm talking about his crucifixion. You see, in spite of what you might think, I had no double standards. I am using the same standard, but the Bible is winning. We could throw in fulfilled prophecies, scientific accuracies, the manuscript evidence, archaeological evidence, etc. Quran just doesn't have this level of evidential proof. And even if we didn't have all of these things for the Bible, Jesus would have still been risen from the dead. Jesus' resurrection happened long before any of the books of the New Testament was even written, let alone canonized. And it was first proclaimed by the eyewitnesses several decades before the Gospels were even written. This is why I keep telling you, all of these side issues you keep clinging to are red herrings in the case of the resurrection. All right. I said, okay, just a reminder. I said, respond. I noticed here, I said, yeah, until Wednesday midnight on your time, respond replies. At the same time for the closing, I will present my argument this Friday, and I will finish it. I think I had presented it before. I didn't say it here. I said it before we started this last round. I said, remember not to ask any questions, but he will. He'll ask me a few. Like I said, it's probably a force of habit without thinking about it, but he doesn't do it as probably as frequently as he did the first time. The first time we had the last two rounds. Let's try to finish this. He's got one more round of rebuttals, and now I got my closing argument. He says, okay, normally as published in peer-reviewed journal articles, which I cited earlier about paleography, that is sufficient to demonstrate he does have authority about. Basically saying that's good enough for me. Okay, that might be good enough for you, but it's not good enough to convince somebody else. I need to know the guy knows what he's talking about. But let's assume for the sake of argument, guy knows what he's talking about. He's experienced in paleography. He maybe even has some kind of hidden degree we don't even know about in paleography. Okay, even if that was the case, that would be appeal to authority policy. I would have to see his evidence. I would have to see that you would have to present evidence, or when you cite him, he has to present evidence. I'd have to see evidence. It's not just about finding a scholar that agrees with you. And also keep in mind, even if he does, he doesn't even have a degree in textual criticism. So when I was sitting there talking about, what the conversation is among scholars about P52, I'm only looking at the spectrum of scholars that are textual critics, that are textual scholars. I am not looking at a Shakespearean scholar or an English literature scholar. I'm not just looking at any New Testament scholar, because there's lots of New Testament scholars out there that has no expertise at all in the field of textual criticism or paleography. Okay, I'm looking for experienced, knowledgeable scholars in the field of textual criticism, and what I'm doing is I'm looking at textual criticism and I'm saying, okay, of all the scholars, and I include Bart Ehrman in that because he does have a degree in that area. And I look at it, and where the conversation is on P52, almost all of them would say pre-8135. When I'm looking at that, none agree that he quoted wouldn't even be in the consideration of those scholars because he's not a textual scholar. He doesn't specialize that. He doesn't specialize in the area of, he specializes in early Jewish and Christian history. He doesn't specialize in paleography. He doesn't specialize in He doesn't specialize in textual criticism. And so either way, but it still comes down to evidence. I gave him evidence earlier why P52 dates early. What's his evidence that P52 dates to 150 or later? He never presented any. He's never presented any evidence that it does. And by the way, Youngbury publishing in peer-reviewed journal articles. I can show you people in peer-reviewed journal articles on textual criticism that says the opposite. That doesn't prove anything. All right. Goes on, says ignoring the C14. He's ignoring arguments in C14. I guess he's skipping over those arguments. That's fine. Because it does not matter for the purpose of the argument. This has gone long enough already. I agree. You cited Philip Comfort, which degree he did. Did he do for paleography? In fact, his degree is criticism. Okay, I mentioned this earlier, but textual criticism and paleography are two fields that overlap with one another. The reason they overlap is because they both deal with manuscripts and they both deal with the dating of the manuscripts. And that's the reason why some textual scholars actually specialize in the area of paleography. Phil Comfort is one of those people because he actually took the liberty of personally examining the earliest manuscripts in the New Testament, paleography, and a lot of the stuff he even works off the research of other people. They've also, they're paleographers and examine these things as well in his book and captured the manuscript. So again, I would trust Philip Comfort's word over Youngbury because Youngbury is not specialized in paleography or textual criticism. And at least you've got a degree, at least Phil Comfort's got a degree in textual criticism. Youngbury don't even have that. So it's still pointless. I said, I've already cited scholars that do take the position 150 AD, even beyond. So your point that no scholars take the position is utter nonsense. First of all, I never said no scholars take the position. I never said that. I said almost all scholars take the position AD 125. Second of all, like I said, I thought it would be, most people understand that when I'm talking about the conversation among scholars, I'm talking about people that specialize in that particular subject matter that we're talking about. So if we're talking about textual criticism, I'm only talking about textual critical scholars. I'm not talking about someone who has a religious degree over here, or someone who has a law degree over here. I'm not talking about someone who has a PhD in chemistry. I'm not talking about this English literature scholar over here or the Shakespearean scholar over here. That's not who I'm talking about, because they have no relevance to the subject matter that I'm expressing. Okay, I'm talking about textual criticism. I'm talking about people that deal with the manuscripts, that deal with the dating of the manuscripts, that deal with other manuscripts, that they compare these things and look at the evidence and are trained in textual critical methodology. I'm talking about these guys. Okay? So why would I include scholars? There are scholars that have PhDs, but they're not in those fields. I wouldn't include them. And I wasn't including them. I've said it multiple times. I'm not including them. All right. He says it's utter nonsense. No, it's not. One thing I said, almost all scholars, and I was including only textual scholars. But let's assume, for example, he actually could find a textual scholar somewhere, maybe on the far side of the moon or something, that believes in an AD 150 date or later. Okay? Does that anyway shatter any of the good evidence I've already referenced for P52 being dated before AD 125? No, it does not. Where is his evidence that it should be dated after AD 150? Where is it? If it's not coming from paleography, where's it coming from? If it is coming from paleography, show me the evidence, show me the data. Because we have manuscripts that date that late, and they don't agree with P52 as far as the scripts. P52 is extremely early. As some of the world's best papyrologists and paleographers and textual critics, whether we're dealing with Christian or non-Christian, almost all of them would say yes, it's early. And the evidence is very, very strong. The paleographical evidence is very strong for early date for P52. All right. Uh, so, yeah, his whole position is nonsense. One thing he misrepresented what I said. I never said all scholars to begin with. But I'm sure you can always find someone who takes an extreme position. I said almost all scholars. Um, and also, I said I didn't know of any scholar. I said that part. I didn't know any scholar that did. I wasn't saying that there wasn't any. I mean, there could be always scholars I don't know, but I wasn't aware of any. And the scholars he quoted doesn't change my mind. It's because they weren't trained in textual criticism, so they're not even up for consideration when we look at where the conversation is about people to do. Why would I be looking at what someone who has a religious degree is saying about dating a P52 when he is not trained in text critical methodology, he's not trained in bibliography, he doesn't even deal with manuscripts. He's not engaged in dealing with manuscripts at all. Why would I take his consideration? No. Um, he says, dang, you have no idea about Islamic history. I do. I quoted straight from the Hadith. I see you have made four-part reply where you expand upon this. I will reply there. That's good. If miracle don't prove that, then why is resurrection even important? Because the resurrection proves it. Okay. But what you're saying is that the specific miracles within the Gospels is the reason why I take Jesus as the Son of God, the reason why I take the history as being historically true or based on eyewitness testimony. And none of that's the case. And the resurrection happened decades before the Gospels was even written. That's the point that I'm trying to stress. I've been stressing this the whole time. I have been stressing it. You saw me in the post. I've been stressing it, stressing it, stressing it. Jesus' resurrection, resurrected long before the Gospels were even written. Yes, Christianity is founded on that specific miracle. And it's not the same as Jesus walking on water or some specific miracle in the Gospels. It is a specific event which all Christianity is founded on. All Christianity is founded on that one event. But again, he's misunderstanding it, and I don't know how he can misunderstand it since I've been stressing it the whole time. And y'all saw it in the video. I've been stressing it very much so. Okay, he's quoting me here. I don't know how he got it in bold. I thought about asking him how he managed to get bold in his comments because I couldn't get it to go bold, or I even did it on Word document, put it in bold and italics and try to copy and paste it, and it still wouldn't do it. So I don't know how he managed to get my words in bold here. I thought about asking him, but it wasn't relevant. All right. Okay. He's quoting me. I never said I don't even consider bias a factor. One, remember what I said on this. One could use bias to figure out where a person is coming from. If the person is biased, this can cause a lean on what conclusions they accept. What evidence they accept, I have seen people take weak evidence to support a conclusion they already agreed with, and I have, and what they believe. Now, what I was saying here is that a bias can cause that lean. It's always important to understand where the person's bias is, and it is a factor. I never said it wasn't a factor. What I am saying or arguing is it's not an overruling factor. In other words, the fact that they're biased doesn't guarantee that they have inaccurate information, unreliable information, or that they were fabricating something, or lying, misleading, or deceiving. Um, uh, but he's arguing, oh, well, bias makes them unreliable. No, it doesn't make them unreliable. Why does he think it makes them unreliable? What guarantees their unreliability on the basis of bias? Because he says he can't. I think he's arguing that you can't trust them. Well, then how do you trust? How can we even trust you, who's arguing that bias can't be trusted? That's why the argument is self-refuting. If historians sat there and just thought that bias makes a source unreliable, then all sources from history would be unreliable. We wouldn't have no way of knowing anything's reliable. I don't know if he really takes that position. I don't think, based on my back and forth with him, which I did for over 2 weeks, I don't think he would go that extreme, to be honest. I don't think he would go as far as saying that all historical works are unreliable. He will try to justify it somehow so he can have that double standard. But that, based on my interaction with him, he has a tendency to justify these things, but he would not be able to he would not hold that same position with everything else, even though taking his argument to its logical conclusion, you would have to. Now, someone like Matt Dillahunty will try to be a little bit more consistent because he will doubt and question everything else in history, just about. He won't question everything, but he'll question almost everything. So he'll. But this guy doesn't seem like he really wants to go to that extreme. I'm glad he won't go to that extreme, but it also exposes the inconsistency a little bit more. All right, he answered this and says, "Thank you. Now you've shown how exactly biased sources are reliable." No, I didn't. Okay, because he misunderstood what I was saying. I'm saying that bias is a factor that we do consider when we look at it. This doesn't mean that it is an overruling factor. It doesn't mean that it overrules whether or not they're reliable or unreliable. Like the reliability is overruled by the very fact that they're biased. No, their integrity is overruled by the fact that they're biased. No. Their ability to get accurate information and report on accurate information and facts is overruled by bias. No. Bias is not an overruling factor. Again, he misunderstands me. A misrepresentation seems to be very common in his post. This would also open up the possibility of lying, as gospel's primary intention was didactic and apologia. This guy needs a lesson in historical sources. No apologia would fit with end of Jesus in humiliation. No. I don't even know where he's going with this argument. This argument is just completely bogus. He has a bad habit. He accuses me of making bombastic choice, and then he goes and does it. And he just makes assertions, throws them out there, no evidence, acts like they're true, acts like they're facts, and then moves on. That's one of the problems I had with a lot of the stuff that he was doing. I never said bias source, whatever the information present is wrong in line with bias. Rather, because of the bias, the source is unreliable. He did say that because, remember, I pointed it out to you. I made sure I emphasized it. I said it doesn't make him lying or inaccurate, and he said, yes, it does. And you saw it in the post where he did. Then later on, when I proved that would not be the case and how fallacious reasoning that is, he then tried to resort to a little bit more softer approach by claiming it's unreliable. But even unreliability would not work because you're still assuming bias is an overruling factor. It somehow overrules their unreliability, and that's just not the case. We don't have any reliable documents to attest to Jesus' resurrection in the New Testament. You do realize that Paul is actually considered a reliable eyewitness. He's a reliable eyewitness. He's a reliable eyewitness to what Paul, the apostles were saying. He's a reliable eyewitness to his own experience of the resurrection. And the report in there that's in the 1 Corinthians 15 Creed is a non-Pauline tradition. And we can trace that right back to the disciples themselves. That means we have an eyewitness report dated right there almost on top of the events themselves. Almost within the events themselves. So, yeah, we do have a reliable eyewitness for it. All right, let's keep going. Says, gospel writers were not writing history. What actually happened, they were writing their tradition, what they believe to be true, and what evidence do you have for this? Again, make assertions, no evidence, treats them like they're facts, and then moves on. All right. In reality, I don't even know if that's a word. Maybe it means something that's not reality. Doesn't mean a person can lie. I think he's arguing against my saying that people usually don't lie for what they believe to be true. People usually don't lie for that. I think that's what he's arguing for. Can lie. For example, if I want to prove my point, then I say I have pet dragon at my home. You would say I am lying precisely because I have motives to lie. No, I would take you to lying because you're making a mere assertion. And again, you're assuming that simply stating it's true means we're automatically going to accept it, uncritically, because we're just that gullible. We got dunce hats on top of our heads. That's just not the case. We're not saying that testimony cannot be examined. All testimony, just like all evidence, is subject to examination. By all means. I have also given the points about Burridge about the intention of the rise of the Gospels. Burridge, he lists things with Burridge that on it, and Burridge never, and allegedly Burridge never mentioned the 10th of history, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't the case. And plus, I question where he got his information at, which he really did tell me. I see my point has brought some confusion that would be my fault. Both the points, writing what they believe and writing lies on the face of it, are contradictory. My apologies. I should have explained more in beginning itself to avoid confusion. I think he's talking about what I mentioned earlier about what he said that they would not see it as lying, or versus that they would not know it as lying. And I think he's understanding that he's writing the wrong terminology here. However, I will reply later when you actually made the point. When you actually made the point, I think he needs to talk on the subject matter. All right, this is me again. He's quoting me, I think. I think you are confused about affirmative consequence. I had referred that the CMB proving the Big Bang, not in reference to what Jesus said and did. Affirming the consequent is a formal fallacy where you affirm the consequence true, but not the antecedent. It is like arguing coleslaw makes me sick. I am sick, therefore I have eaten coleslaw, when in fact other things can make me sick. Proving the consequence doesn't prove the antecedent. The fallacy renders the conclusion invalid. It does not follow from the premise. The CMB I had referenced had to do with the fact that the other things can cause microwaves. In fact, anything bringing the universe into being and dispersing energy into the universe and would ultimately cause microwaves. However, the point was that the fact that the CMB exists, this doesn't prove the Big Bang is true or even could be used to prove evidence for it. We just don't know what caused the CMB. I don't want to debate about the Big Bang. Let's table that discussion. I'm just making a point. However, Jesus' words have nothing to do with affirming the consequent. So I do not understand the connection you were trying to make here. He said, okay, I am not going to respond to Big Bang, as that will start a whole nother debate. Agreed. Okay, he says, and once again, I never said CMB proves the Big Bang. No matter how strong the evidence is, nothing in science proves the theory. Okay, I'm going to back up here. Look what I actually was saying, the context of that passage right here. This is one of the places he misrepresents me. I was in referencing, he put, I don't know why he did it. I really don't. He never explains why. He put affirming the I put affirming the consequence in a separate post where we were discussing theories and things like that, the Big Bang and evolution, and he was saying that these things just prove the Bible scientifically, and I was showing him it's not verifiable, not falsifiable, that sort of thing. And I talked about the Big Bang a little bit, and I said the CMB would commit to affirming the consequence. Now, he brings up the affirming consequence again in a completely different post about the historicity of the Gospels, which had nothing to do with the CMB or the Big Bang, and I never brought it up in that reference. So in that context, and so I asked, okay, why are you even bringing up the affirmative consequence? It makes no sense. I was bringing it up, and I tried to explain what affirmative consequence is and why I was referencing it in reference to CMB. He says, I'm misrepresenting him. No, you're taking me out of context. See what you're doing. Because this is in reference to the previous post in which I'm trying to explain why I reference affirming the consequence and what affirming consequence actually is. That's why I wasn't attacking an argument here. I was trying to clarify what I made in the previous post because he brought up affirming the consequence. Now, with that said, again, he says he thinks that the CMB supports. I will continue this later. The Big Bang. Now, what's the difference between support and evidence? Usually when someone says something supports it, they mean it's evidence for it. But he's saying, no, it's not evidence, it just supports it. What's the difference? Clarify that difference. He obviously can't because the debate's over with, but it just didn't make no sense to me because that's pretty much equivalent to each other. In rhetoric, in rhetoric, that is pretty much equivalent to each other. Support and evidence. We understand when we say something supports something, we're talking about giving evidence for it. When we say evidence, we're talking about something that supports something. They are equivalent. They are equals with one another. But he's trying to get out of the idea of claiming that any theory could have evidence for it. So he's going to argue this. CMB proves Big Bang no matter how, okay? It says, once again, I've never said CMB proves the Big Bang. No matter how strong the evidence is, nothing in science proves a theory. Well, of course not, because it's theory. It would be law if it was actually provable. But falsifiability always remains a possibility. If it's a possibility, then it is provable. At best, you have strong supported models, whether provable, meaning it can be proven true or false. At best, you have strong supported models based on evidence. Now, you have models, true, but you don't have good models that really explain the evidence very well. How do I know Jesus' words are true? There are several ways of looking at this. I usually use the historians look at conversations made by other ancient sources. That's not a response to the question. You are not understanding the question. I do actually answer them later on that. That the way you have proven what was recorded in the Bible is what Jesus said. Cool. I have no problem with that. I am asking about how would you prove what is recorded is actually true. The question here presumes that the gospel was recorded Jesus' words accurately. Okay, presumes that Jesus' words were recorded accurately. All right, he's talking about the reflection of reality, and I already answered him, but he didn't get to that post yet. He wasn't aware that I was more aware of what he was actually asking. That I'll give him credit for that. I did misunderstand him on that. But he clarified what he was asking a little bit better, and so I understood what he meant. Yeah, but the problem is that the Quran does not meet that criteria. This is me again talking. He's quoting me. Consider this: the resurrection was reported early. You said Quran should date within 40 years of Muhammad's lifetime. I am still very skeptical of that. Never said that. Yes, he did. I said the advanced Pleiadian moon dates about 40 years at max from the event. He does actually say the Quran. He does it early on in the post, but he does say it. Muhammad died in 632 AD. The first Quran was compiled the very same year, 632 AD, after the Battle of the Yamala. And again, he's missing the point. Muhammad lived 600 years after Jesus. The Quran is composed 600 years after Jesus. It is, again, stories, verses, whatever he wants to say, been told by Muhammad to his followers. Nobody actually witnessed those alleged miracles. Some of the testimony is from the same Muhammad himself, not 40 years later. 40 years is at max. Yes, the resurrection counts do come from within 5 years of the events. He never really questioned that or challenged that much. He never even questioned or challenged that Paul wrote those critical epistles either. He seemed to accept it. And I just kind of worked off of that commonality that we had. talk about what Paul argued, and he did too, and we went back and forth on that. Interestingly enough, he never challenged whether Paul wrote those books or whether the earliest Christians really believed this, that they saw the risen Jesus, etc. He never actually questioned that. 5 years of the event, even then Cromwell wins. Because, again, we can actually get the creed early in 5 years. And by the way, the creed actually pre-existed 5 years. That's when Paul likely received the creed. As most probably received the creed. That's not the existence of the creed. The creed itself existed before 5 years. Like I said, within reason, you could probably trace the creed within a couple of years of Jesus' crucifixion. That means that the proclamation itself pre-existed the creed's existence as well. So that means we can trace the proclamation early. Now, some people think they can trace the creed within a year. Some people within months. I think D.G. Dunn actually traced the creed within months. I think 18 months, I think he said. I think that's about a year and a half. I was trying to be liberal with Quran dates when comparing with Gospels. However, if we take a conservative approach, then Quran wins. And no, it doesn't win. I work is 600 years later. I don't care how conservative you go with it, it still loses. All right. Evolution is a fact. This is a mantra. He says evolution is a fact. Evolution simply means change in allele frequency over time. This is not true. These are, I actually looked this up. I was familiar with something like that. I was unfamiliar with this particular word, so I looked it up, and what this means is simply small changes and variations within a genome. Problem out here, that's not what that really took place. Now, of course, evolution has two different versions of itself: micro and macro. Microevolutions, it's more like variations within a kind, and it doesn't involve major changes in animal families. It entails very small, minor variations, and of course the DNA, the information within the cell, has got tremendous amount of elasticity to it. That this is the reason why we get all kinds of breeds of dogs and new species getting up. Of course, young Earth Christians. I'm a young Earth Christians. We believe in speciation. I think older Earth Christians might believe in speciation as well. We don't call this evolution because there is no, what we understand as evolution, what we call evolution is when information is added to the genome, when information is actually added to the genetic. When it's variations within the same information that's already present, we don't call that evolution because it's happening within the same cell, the same information, the same DNA, the same chromosomes, the same genome. It's not going to result in major branches of animals. It's going to result in common ancestors, certainly includes non-living chemicals resulting in living chemicals. Saying evolution is a fact is a mantra. And by the way, this is also the oversimplification fallacy. This tries to work off the word evolution being change, and then you sit there and you try to oversimplify. What an oversimplification fallacy is when you oversimplify a complex problem. You oversimplify a complex problem, and when there's much more to it than this. Like, some older creationists would say, all the Big Bang is the origin of space, time, and matter. If that's all the Big Bang was, then we would all agree. I mean, there wouldn't be no issue. I agree that this space, time, and matter had a point of origin. Okay? That much I agree with. I just don't agree it happened the way the Big Bang claims it happened. Say that's the difference. In the same way, evolution, it's not the fact that it's just change. It's what kind of change they're claiming that's happening over time. It's not just the fact that some things change over time. If it was just simply things change over time, we agree. If it's just the fact that you're saying that there's variations, minor variations within a genome, that new species can develop as a result of that, we would agree. I have no problem with that. We believe in speciation. A lot of evolutionists don't realize that we believe in speciation. They argue things like, well, how do you get all those animals in the ark and things like that, when we don't think all the animals that exist today was on Noah's Ark, because they just don't understand that we actually believe in speciation. This is not evolution. It's not the addition of information. It's variations, minor variations within a comet. That's what we believe in. And so, but it says far more than that. When you have information being added into it, no naturalistic mechanism has ever given rise to information. That's the point. Calling it a fact is a mantra, and it misunderstands the nature of a theory. It's not a fact. It's a theory. It's a theory. It's a theory they have. Not, in my opinion, not a very good one, but it's a theory they have. Okay. But it's not proven fact. It's not verifiable. It's not falsifiable. Saying it's a fact is just a mantra. You're not demonstrating it's a fact. You're just claiming it. So when you see evolutionists saying evolution is a fact, that is because it is. No. That's because they want it to be. That's because they want to believe it is. That's because they believe it so much that they don't want anything else to be true other than what they believe in. That's them just trying to say, I don't have to prove anything evidentially, because all I have to do is say it's a fact. That's my evidence. And it's not evidence at all. And here's another thing. He makes a false analogy fallacy. It is much of a fact as gravity. Sometimes older Christians will do that with Big Bang too. He says it's like denying gravity. Oh my. Oh. Ooh. It's too late to take some medicine. Wow. All right. This is called the false analogy fallacy. It's when you make a false comparison. Gravity is a law, not a theory. There's no such thing as the theory of gravity. Now, there's theories that have been created on the basis of gravity, based on what gravity tells us. But gravity itself is a law and a force, and it's observable, falsifiable, and empirically provable. Evolution is not. Big Bang Theory is not. You can believe in those things if you want to believe in them, but don't call them facts because they're not facts. And it's not the same as gravity. So once again, you're committing a category error here. I don't think you believe in category error. I gave him, I showed you the post where I talk about the scientific method, and I went through the scientific method, and I talked about, starting with hypothesis, going to theory, then you go from theory to experiments and observations, and then it goes from there after repeating and observing it over and over and over again, eventually go to law. Some theories have data that supports them, evidence that supports them, facts that support them, but they themselves not facts. They could be models. They try to count or explain data in the world, but at the end of the day, they're not facts. They're still theories. Some theories stay theories simply because they have some things within the paradigm, within the theory, within the position that is unprovable or non-verifiable, and as a result, it's still a theory. But it isn't a fact. It might have some data behind it, yes, but it doesn't make it a fact. I believe in the theory of relativity. I'm wholeheartedly for the theory of relativity. But it is not a law, it is a theory. There are things within the theory of relativity that cannot be falsified. This cannot be falsified. It doesn't make it wrong. It just means we can't prove it that it's true. And as a result, it's still a theory. There's no such thing as the law of relativity. It's the theory of relativity. Same thing with evolution. It's the theory of evolution. Same thing with the Big Bang. It's the Big Bang theory. Okay? It's not a fact. It's not observable. It's not empirically provable. Okay? You can believe it. You can think it. You might really be convinced that there's evidence and data behind it. But at the end of the day, don't use it to try to disprove the Bible, because it's not verifiable, it's not falsifiable. So why are you using it? It's not objective. In reality, it's not something that can be objectively, falsifiably, verifiable. You know, I can verify, I can falsify. It's none of these things. All right. So scientific theories are well substantiated models of reality that have varying degrees of evidences. Okay. Some scientific theories, like evolution and Big Bang, are exceptionally strong due to multiple lines of evidence supporting them. Some theories are not because evidence, but more is required. I almost expected them to sit there and say, evolution has overwhelming evidence, because that's also a mantra that they say a lot. But the funny thing is, they never produce that overwhelming evidence. They never present it. They never. Now, granted, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt enough to say that that's not the main thing we were debating about. It's a side issue. Neither one of us want to really go there and focus too much on it. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that. But just the same, the evidence, there's no evidence for evolution. If there's any evidence, it's for speciation. We have evidence that variations can happen within a kind. That's provable, that's observable, that's fact. That's much we have. That's much we can observe. But what evolutionists do is they try to throw that in a much larger scale to try to argue for common descent, you know, common ancestor, all coming from a single cell organism, eventually coming from non-living chemicals and things like that. All right. Although predictions are often used to claim support for a theory, claiming that theory or hypothesis is true, or even that you think it is true because of this consequence, is committing this fallacy. That's me. And this is dishonest. Okay. He took me out of context again. I was sitting there saying this affirming the consequence is in relative to when I was talking about the Big Bang Theory. I wasn't talking about what he viewed theory is, although I find it a little weird because he thinks it's CMB supports it, but he won't call it evidence. But either way, he takes me out of context and he says this is dishonest. I wasn't being dishonest at all. He just took me out of context. I was talking in reference to the Big Bang Theory because I was talking about my previous post of why I brought the affirming consequence up, because he brought it up in that post and it made no sense at all to bring up that post since I never brought it up in that particular post he's responding to. And so why he brought it up in the first place, I don't know. Maybe he did it to throw everything off, which he did successfully, because I had no idea why he brought that up at all. See, I already replied that CMB doesn't prove the Big Bang, because nothing in science can ever prove a theory. I don't know where he's getting that. Scientists usually think they can prove things. So this is apparently his personal opinion. It does not mean it's not supported by evidence. Okay, I talked about that. You said, oh, well, I don't think it proves it, and it can't be evidence. I'm just saying it supports it. Okay, what is it? Is it supported? Does it have evidence? Does it prove it? Is he doing what Jonathan and McClattchie did in his debate with Matt Dillahunty and seemed to distinguish the word prove from being evidence? Like, this is evidence and this is proof. It doesn't prove it, but this is evidence. But I did a debate review video of that debate. I ran some technicalities problems. As soon as I finish that, get through that technicality, I'm gonna do that. Present that debate review out. But that was one of the issues I had even with Jonathan McClattchie, because even when people say prove and evidence, they mean the same thing. It's roughly it's the same equivalent we're talking about. Now, essentially, I agreed with McClattchie that what he was saying didn't guarantee it. If that's what he was talking about, and the context seemed to indicate that's what he was talking about, I would agree with him on that. Because we were probably saying that he said this doesn't prove that it's evidence for it. If he means does it guarantee that? No, and he's right. But it is evidence for it. But the word prove there is always used synonymous with evidence. Evidence is being used to support a conclusion, thus proving that something is true. All right. Okay. High probability and confidence about theory being correct. He just, in some sense, theory and probability. Epistemology is rarely about absolute certainty. Are you absolutely certain of that? You can't prove you are not a brain in a vat, for example. However, we can have strong confidence about the beliefs we have if those beliefs are based on evidence. Listen, obviously, some things can be absolutely proven. Because the statement that nothing can be absolutely proven is itself a statement about an absolute statement about absolute proof. Well, obviously, at least one thing can be absolutely proven according to that statement, and that's that nothing can be absolutely proven. It is a self-repeating statement, obviously. So this is completely wrong. Now, I agree that lots of things can be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. And of course, in historical circles, we work on probabilities. But I wouldn't argue that nothing can ever be proven absolute. All right. So at least this proposition we came from a plot ancestor for common answers supported by mountains of evidence. What evidence? Name an evidence. Name a piece of evidence. Now, again, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here, given the circumstances, because we weren't really focused on this, but there is no evidence. None. It's all conjecture. You don't have transitional fossils proving the transitions, and transitional fossils like the whole chain of fossil transitions. You know, like when you see pictures of the man, or the monkey slowly growing up and he's turning and converting and morphing into this human being, right? We lack that. We have a few fossils here and there that, and either they identify them as fully man or fully ape, but they don't identify them as transitional. There's a few that are claimed to be transitional. They are very questionable and disputed. Some of which are even discovered later as hoaxes. But we don't have the transitional fossils. The millions and millions, because there would be millions in the millions of fossils transitioning, because obviously they didn't. These creatures, even dinosaurs, didn't live millions of years. I mean, in general, they did, or general, they're believed to, according to evolutionary theory. I don't agree with that. But according to evolutionary theory, they're believed to have lived for millions of years. All right. But like a T-Rex or something specifically didn't live for millions of years. So where's the transitional fossils? And the whole chain is missing. Even other evolutionists, can't think of his name right now, but the guy who created perpetual equilibrium, where they think evolution happened really fast all of a sudden. Probably what machine is based off of, the idea of it happening real quick. But there's no transition. The transitions are completely missing. There is no transitional fossils. And evolutionists have noted that even the ones they claim are transitional are too far to be removed. Like I said, some of them are even hoaxes. So there's no evidence of it. So where is the mountain of evidence? Wow. DNA is information we can define. Information. Me talking, he's quoting me. There's message encoded inside our DNA that tells us, okay, mutations. Okay, I already mentioned that. To mention it came out information science. All right. Random mutation is a natural selection, the mechanism that gives rise to new information as defined by you. I don't remember finding that. I never said that gives rise to new information. In fact, I don't think new information there comes. Because by your logic, no novel trait can come about naturally, but we have the Linsky experiment to prove it. All right, I'm going to talk about the Linsky experiment here in a second, because I actually looked that up. I checked everything out that he said, so that this makes it a little easier to refute his arguments here. All right, first of all, random mutation, natural selection. Natural selection is a selecting process. I'm really hoping not to get too much into this. Basically, if you have a population of bees and you throw a pesticide in there, the bees that are immune to the pesticide will survive, obviously. The ones that are not immune will die, obviously, because they're not immune, so they will die. This leaves only the bees that are immune, and what are those bees going to do? They're going to produce other bees, which are also now inheriting that immunity. That's what natural selection is. It isolates the DNA, it selects from that out of the other population. The ones that doesn't survive, survival of the fittest, they die, and this remains. And this goes on, inherits it into it. This is not new information. This is just information that's already there. It's just being more isolated. Because all the others that were not immune to the pesticide died. It's a selection process. No new information is being added to natural selection. In fact, actually, creationists are the first ones that came up with natural selection. Darwin actually stole it from us. And by the way, surprisingly to a lot of people, creationists actually believe in natural selection. We don't disagree with natural selection. We disagree with how evolutionists abuse the term natural selection. We disagree with that. We don't disagree with natural selection. Natural selection, I think, is a fact. But it does not produce any new information. No, this is no gospel either. And neither does mutations. No mutations ever. Mutations have to presuppose creation. It has to presuppose creation because it has to mutate the information that's already present. And what mutations do is they scramble around the information or they take away information. And most of the time, it's usually a subtraction of information, a loss of information, genetic information. Some people even argue, even when the information is mixed around, it's still a loss of information. No mutations have ever produced new information, ever. And that's a fact. Show me a mutation that produced new information. None did. He says, by logic, no novel trait can come. We're not talking about traits. We never said traits. I'm all for speciation. I'm all for new species coming up. I'm all for small variations within the genome. Which brings us to the Linsky experiment, because that's exactly what they were doing. Small variations within the genome. It's actually well within what Christians actually believe, actually. Because we believe in speciation and that sort of thing. And Linsky experiment is, by the way, an ongoing experiment. He quoted an experiment that isn't even completed yet. They had to stop, or they halted the experiment because of the pandemic. Assumably, they're going to resume the experiment after the pandemic's over with, or maybe somewhere closer. Maybe they already have. I don't know. But based on my research, they stopped the experiment because of the pandemic that was going on. So it's an actual ongoing experiment. So they're not even done with it. And he's citing that. But they are dealing with small variations within a kind. How in the world is this anything like what we're talking about? This has nothing to do with new information. The Linsky experiment doesn't produce any new information within the kind. It's all working off the same genetic information. All right. Like I said, we wasn't really debating over that stuff, but, you know, we brought it up. We talked about it. But we both agree it's not very relevant to our overall discussion. Again, that is not how they are understood. understood evidence when expected and yet not found is evidence that something didn't happen. I think this right here, he's justifying an argument from silence. He never denies making an argument from silence, but he does try to justify it. And this is what he does. He's trying to justify it. And it's completely wrong. It's inaccurate. It's a fallacious reasoning. I apply his colorful attempts to justify an argument from silence, but at the end of the day, it is a fallacious argument. It is an obviously fallacious argument. Everybody knows it's a fallacious argument. They stick arguments from silence stick out like a sore thumb. It's not like you're fooling anybody here. Again, that is not how they are understood. Evidence when expected and yet not found is evidence that something didn't happen. If there is a strong expectation of evidence, if you have good reasons for expecting evidence, the problem, however, is he doesn't have that. Because why would the Romans really speak about something that they were convinced that didn't happen, that was nothing more than superstitious? They wouldn't. They wouldn't at all. And Jews weren't even Roman citizens to begin with. But they wouldn't do that. And he never did answer that. And I've mentioned that a couple of times. At least once. That's how we classify species as extinct. What evidence can anybody prove that dodo bird is extinct? The absence of it. Oh my Lord, he just proved my point. All right, let me sit there and verify this. Okay, this actually shows you why arguments of science are bad arguments. Because guess what? Have we ever thought a species was extinct? But we later found out it wasn't. Yep. The Tasmanian devil, for example, from Australia. They thought it was extinct until some was found in Australia. The gorilla, when they first started discovering fossils with gorilla, they thought it was an extinct animal until they actually discovered gorillas in Africa. This is the reason why arguments of science are inherently weak arguments. The fact that there's an absence of evidence does not necessarily prove that it's true, that it's not true. Basically, missing evidence is not evidence. You have to show evidence is not true. Yeah, you might think it's, that a particular animal is extinct because we don't see it anymore, but we don't know, not fully. There's some people that argue that dinosaurs might even still be around. I don't buy that, personally. I don't try to argue that, but there are people that think it. Things like the Loch Ness monsters and things like that. Again, I don't buy into that, but I'm just saying there's some people who do think that. But the point is that just because we have no evidence of it doesn't make it not true. And him bringing up extinct animals just proves my point. We do have good reasons to expect evidence. No, we don't. Jerusalem was the richest and most famous city in the East Roman. Where does he get his idea of the most richest? I don't know. He never says. We have hundreds of documents from that period. What? Bart Ehrman would flip over sideways from you saying we have hundreds of documents from that period. Because he's often argued we don't have that much information from that period. Especially from Jerusalem. And in fact, he even tried to argue from silence that he didn't think they were writing in Jerusalem, among the Jews in Palestine. Hundreds of documents from that period. No, we don't. No, we don't. We have a lot, but not hundreds. Again, we are missing a ton of evidence from the first century. We're missing a ton of evidence from ancient history, period. There's so many we don't have. And the reason why we know this is because there's a lot of sources, site sources we don't have. But what happens when the source, the site's the source, that source, the original source, we don't have it, and the source that cites it, we don't have it. Or the source that cites him decided it, we don't have it. Then what? Well, we just don't know about it. We can't know about it. How could we? The point is that we don't know what was written and what was not. The fact that we have lots of sources, if we have lots of sources from the first century, would not it would not be relevant because we lost a lot more than what we got. And there could always be the possibility that the sources that we lost could be the very ones that you think would prove it to you that this happened. Okay, go down, and most importantly, we have works of Josephus who lived right in Jerusalem. If something as extraordinary as saints rising from the dead, traveling the sea, then surely he would have known about it. Josephus does as living out of space and time, and he's usually concerned more with political figures and events and Jewish history and things like that. He has some superstitious stuff in it, but not a whole lot. Most of the stuff he's concerned with is historical. He's concerned with political figures. He's concerned with Jewish history. He's concerned with things that's going on, events, things like that. People being crucified, stuff like that. He's not concerned with whether or not, they're saints or something coming out of the graves or something. That's not his focus point. But who says that he even heard about it? I don't even know if he heard about it. But the fact that Josephus doesn't mention it doesn't make it not true. I mean, Josephus doesn't mention a lot of things. In fact, Josephus is the only work that we have that mentions the destruction of Jerusalem. Okay. Does that mean anything? No. Does it mean make it what he says not true? No. Not at all. Then we would know about it. It would be well within the very generation of his father and mother that have told him about that. So Josephus was born in 80-70, and I guess he thinks that his mother and father told him about it. My mom was born in 1950. She lived in the 50s. It'd be nice. It'd be kind of cool before my mom passes away. You need to ask her, how was the 50s? What was the 50s like? I would like to know that because I didn't live in the 50s. I lived in the 70s. The late 70s is when I was born, 1977. But my mom was born in 1950. But my mom has never really talked about what life was like in the 50s. She's never really explained, other than her having records, and I know that she was a fan of Elvis Presley. And I know that she threatened to run away with my dad if her dad didn't probably get married. They got married pretty young. That's all I really know. I mean, the fact that my mom and stepdad, or my mom and dad, didn't tell me more information, or my dad told me more information when he passed away, or my mom told me more information now, does that mean anything? No. None whatsoever. It doesn't make it true or not true. Parents don't always tell the kids everything, every last little detail that's ever happened in life, or everything they ever knew about. All right. Okay, going bounds. The sun moving was a reference to the miracle of Fatima. Okay, that still misses the point. The point, and he quotes Wikipedia. Wow. His source is getting worse by the minute. He cites Wikipedia. Oh, man. I'm in college, and they don't even let you use Wikipedia as a source because they say it's not a scholarly source. And they're right, it's not. Anybody can put anything they want to, and you don't even know who's writing it because it doesn't tell you. All right. It says, okay, again, he missed the point. Even if it was a miracle, exactly. You got the sun, you got the earth. Imagine the sun is about this big. Imagine the earth about this big in size in contrast to the sun. And you got these two bodies just approaching each other. First of all, it will get way too hot the closer it gets. And then when it touches, it will disintegrate there. And not to mention the fact that the gravitational force of the sun itself would have pulled Earth into the sun. So even if it's in a context of a miracle, it makes no sense. You see what I'm saying? It has all these other factors. What did Allah supernaturally suspend, gravitational force of the sun. He cooled off the heat of the sun. He made it possible that they could touch without the earth burning to a crisp, and nobody even talked about it. No, he's missing the point here. Matthew is written at least 4 decades after the incident. No, is it? How the heck can anybody check it? Only way would be time travel. Oh my. Oh man. Oh. Does this guy assume, and it does seem like he's assuming it, that somehow nobody can check the information out 40 years after the event? 40 years after the event. Is that what he's saying? It can't be verified unless you take a time machine. No. Eyewitnesses don't. I mean, does he think eyewitnesses just cease to exist 40 years later? Hey, I mean, you need to inform the all the Vietnam vets and stuff, because it's been a lot longer than 40 years and they're still around. Tell them, hey, look, you're supposed to kick the bucket a long time ago. Yeah, like I said, he brings stuff up that just doesn't make any sense. It's just like he just throws things out there. Okay, biographies don't need to make up stories to be reliable. They could simply copy traditions. They aren't historically reliable. Like Philostratus' biography drew from legendary material. Philostratus didn't write a biography. I mentioned this. I gave evidence for it. Apollonius Tiana, Life of Apollonius Tiana was not a biography. It was a historical novel. And the reason it drew on legendary material was because it's a historical novel, and that's what historical novels do. Gospel 2 took from anecdotes that I think that's referring to like anecdotal evidence, like sources, anecdotes and legendary material around Christ. What evidence he has for this? Zero. Exclusively using believing Christian sources. The intention was not to check whether or not the source is historically true, which is in fact the case with Suetonius. So Suetonius writes a biography, and he does check and see if it's true, but the Gospels are not. And what evidence do you have the Gospels in? None. Do you present any evidence? You know I'm going to ask. No. You know I'm going to expect evidence. Does he present any? None. Nope. He says, in fact, the reason why Burridge and other scholars accept the classification of Gospel files is that it's about the person of Jesus, Jesus of Nazareth. No. Gnostic Gospels are about the person Jesus of Nazareth. Nobody thinks that they are Greco-Roman biographies, even though they're about Jesus of Nazareth. That's not the reason. The reason is because they contrast ancient biographies with the Greco-Roman Gospels, and they found these similarities are very striking and very strong between them, to the point where it's obvious that the Gospels are the closest to the genre of Greco-Roman biographies. That was the type of genre that existed at the time, and they fit that to the bill. Okay? So it has nothing to do with them just being about Jesus of Nazareth. He said, that's it. No evidence, that's it. Because he says so. We can trust. By the way, I've had pretty fun with this. I did have fun with this debate, and I told him that at the end of it. I did have fun with this debate. And I did. I actually had a blast. There was a time when I was sitting there eating or watching his or reading his post, and I'm sitting there eating popcorn with me, eating popcorn and watching his post, because I actually had fun reading his stuff and responding to him, and I had a good time. I really did. I wasn't like really just absolutely upset. There were some areas that just totally blew me away, and I was appalled at, things like questioning the integrity of Lee Strobel without having any good reason at all for challenging his integrity, things like that. and we argue sharply with each other, and I said that toward the end as well. But I had nothing personal against him, and he doesn't have any personal against me, hopefully. Hopefully he still won't after he sees this debate with you. But that's not, but we had fun. I mean, I actually had a good time. Say we can trust ancient biographers who did in fact care to find out whether or not something were in fact history, like life works of Suetonius, of high quality, Larger Apollonius, and some others were not. Apollonius Tiana was not a biography, it was a historical novel, said it many times. Suetonius is a regular ancient biography. He is considered the most accurate of the historians. He is actually considered the most accurate of the historians, according to Michael Conan. But ancient biographies' intent was to try to record history. Again, that doesn't mean that they actually did record history. That's a separate issue. And I told them that already. That's not the same on the same level. When I say intend to record history, that was their goal. They weren't trying to fictionalize anything. They weren't trying to bring in fictitious or legendary material or anything like that. Now, even if Apollonius Tiana was an ancient biography, and it's not, but even if it was, it's written well past living memory. I think he speaks to deal with that a little bit. He's going to try to argue and reverse what he argued earlier, because he was actually agreeing with me earlier that it's written past living memory. But he's going to reverse that and claim it's written within him, in the living memory. Okay, and your double standards are pretty apparent. Anybody who is not a Christian apologist is just dismissed as an argument from authority, yet you cite Matt Dillahunty and use him as authority. MAO. I don't remember what that abbreviation for. All right. First of all, some of the scholars I cited could double as Christian apologists. You know, like Mike McClattchie or James White. In fact, James White considers himself an apologist. I think Mike more like calls himself more of a scholar. But I quoted these people, even James White, I quoted them for their scholarly expertise in the fields in which they had degrees in, and that they had academic training in, and that they were engaged in, and that I had books on that understood the subject matter and understood historical methodology and so forth. And that's why I cited them, because they've done these kinds of studies. They have knowledge of it. They are experienced at this kind of stuff because they are historians or scholars of whatever specialization field they need to be in order for me to cite them in a particular subject matter. And so I dismiss his stuff as field authority fallacy because he's citing authorities without presenting evidence. I'm not citing James White without presenting evidence. I'm not citing Mike McClattchie without presenting evidence. I'm not citing Craig Keener without presenting evidence. That is the part that he's missing. And I've told him this. I have outright told him this. I mean, I'm going through the post with y'all. Y'all know I told him this over and over again. Cite the evidence. The evidence is what matters. You can cite scholars, but they have to be experts in the field we're talking about, and they have to sit there and be used along with the evidence. You never cite a scholar without the evidence, because when you cite scholars without evidence, or that the scholar in question is citing the evidence, then it makes it look like you are just assuming their authority on the basis of some form of infallibility that you're implying that they have. And so he keeps misunderstanding this. Okay, I cited Mark Williamson, J. Dunn, again, Bill Allison, again, he did this. He was pointing to authority, he didn't present any evidence at all. He just kind of cited a bunch of scholars. They agree with him. Actually, it was really like maybe 4 or 5 lists of scholars. I mean, I could find 4 or 5 scholars that agree with me too, but that doesn't mean anything. We have to look at the evidence. Arguments from authority, laugh out loud. I am not even trying to cite counter apologists with equal valid degrees like Richard Carrier. Oh yeah, he's a peach. Siam. follow me, cite him. Or Richard M. Price. All the historians I have cited are mainstream New Testament scholars. Uh, some of them are not even scholar in those particular fields. But the point, he's missing the point. He's still appealing to authority. Appealing to authority policy. I think Dr. Jason Lau, in his book Logic and Faith, calls it faulty appeal to authority policy. It doesn't roll off the tongue as well. I like appeal to authority policy because it rolls off the tongue better. But faulty appeal to authority policy actually specifies what we're talking about here. Because we're not actually talking about it's wrong to even cite an authority. We're talking about it's wrong to cite authority and not cite evidence. Because you're assuming or implying in some way that authority in question is infallible and that something is true on the basis of the authority said so. And him and people like Bart Ehrman and others, they have kind of a black and white thinking where you either can cite scholars or you cannot. If it's a fallacy, you can't cite scholars at all. If you cite scholars at all, even with the evidence, then you must be pulling the authority fallacy. Or that means I can cite scholars even though I'm presenting scholars without any evidence at all. That's not what we mean. It's okay to cite scholars as long as you present the evidence too. That's the point. And he's not getting it. All right, continue. I know this has been a pretty long video. So I have to continue video 8. I really don't want to do that. Wow. Laugh out loud. It says, laugh out loud, read this book before its publication. The consensus view was that Gospels were too genericists, or basically a novel genre. I agree with that. And I said that the consensus was different before during the time of Rudolph Bultmann in the 1800s. But again, you're missing the point. What Burridge and other writers did is just simply they drew scholars' attention to the fact that Gospels had so much alike with ancient biographies. And so they began to start contrasting them with ancient biographies. One of the things the reason why they thought it was ancient historical novels, because they had miracles in them. And they thought, oh, well, miracles ruled around the ancient biographies. But other ancient biographies had miracles in them. And Burridge points this out too. But it was not just because he wrote a book. Again, this is ludicrous. Yes, he drew their attention. He was a major player in the shift of scholarship. I agree. But you're missing the point. It wasn't because Burridge said so, and all these other scholars said, oh, well, Burridge writes a book, and he thinks that they're ancient biographies. They must be ancient biographies. No, he drew their attention to the fact that they had so much in common with Greco-Roman biographies that they began to contrast them with that particular genre. And that's the point that he's missing here. Donald John in the book alone shifted the consensus. Still many disagreed. Apparently not enough. Because almost all scholars today acknowledge it as ancient biographies. Say his contribution is merely forcing scholars to take a look is likely absurd. No, the comment that you think that a single book changed about a couple hundred years worth of scholarship in a blink of an eye with no evidence being cited, no reason being given, scholars not bother checking Burridge out, they just take Burridge at his word and shifted all of scholarship, including the non-Christian ones. There are just gun-ho about accepting the idea of the Gospels being fictitious stories and so forth. Including the influence of form criticism from the previous centuries, was still weighing heavily on scholarship. And they just said, Burridge wrote this book, and I'm just going to accept it. No, that is laughable. What it did was it focus their attention to contrasting these genres, the gospel and the ancient biographies, and realize that they had so much in common with them that there's no doubt that these are indeed Greco-Roman biographies. And I gave you many of the evidences for this as well. Okay, he's quoting me again. Backtrack with a question along reliable sources. The vast majority of sources came from the internet. It's true. Okay, he says, he's laugh out loud. Your inability to give non-apologist scholars, if you, he thinks that I'm just dealing with non-apologists. Some of the scholars I quoted were apologists. I referenced Dan Wallace. Dan Wallace does not consider himself a Christian apologist. In fact, he distinguished himself from a Christian apologist. Christian apologetics uses textual criticism, but Dan Wallace is a textual scholar. He's a textual critic. He's not a Christian apologist. He doesn't consider himself. And like I said, Michael Kona, that I referenced, I guess you could call him a Christian apologist, but he rarely ever refers to himself that way. He usually refers to himself as a scholar or New Testament scholar or historian. That's usually how he refers to himself. And again, you're missing the point. I didn't get these guys together because of apologetic expertise. It had nothing to do with them being apologists, if they were apologists. It had everything to do with the Catholic scholarly expertise that they had on those given subject matters. Most Christian scholars today are Christian apologists, but that is irrelevant to why I'm using them as sources of information, because they have expertise in these fields. That's the point. It says apologetic sources due to their is not my Stanley Porter. He referenced it the second time he referenced it. Again, this is my bad. I should have sat there and brought it up when I brought my last rebuttal. But the one before that, he argued that Stanley Porter is a scholar. Okay, he never brought up Stanley Porter, who wrote the article. You just referenced the article, and now you actually brought it up. And I had so much other stuff on my mind when I was responding, I just didn't even bother responding to this. Not intentionally, it just skipped my mind, and so I should have responded to it. But either way, he was appealing to authority. Just because Stanley Porter says something doesn't make it true. As a respected scholar, and you compared his work to Christian Post, that's only because you didn't tell me who wrote the article. You failed to tell me that, and that was on you. That was your bad. That was not mine. Go read the article. You did not. In fact, I read it when I was doing this debate review series, and I read it. You did not mention Stanley Porter's name. You didn't tell me who wrote the article. So, of course, I compared it because I didn't know who wrote the article. I didn't even know what the article was. You didn't really reference it other than to identify in quotations. This is where you're getting your information from. And you failed to mention who wrote it. I wonder if you did that on purpose to try to make me look like I'm irresponsibly questioning your experts. The problem, however, is that you didn't reference Stanley Porter's name to begin with. So how would I supposed to know? But either way, you're still appealing to authority. You're still missing the point. Okay? Yes, we want to make sure we're getting our information from credible sources. That's good. But we also want to make sure that there are credible sources in the area that we're talking about. And also, we want to make sure that we're not appealing to authority fallacy. And we do this by presenting evidence, because it's the evidence that matters. It's great. Stanley Porter has a position. Okay. Me and him might have some disagreements back and forth. But it is what the evidence supports. What evidence he has. He doesn't ever present any evidence. Scholar, you compared his work to Christian Post. Like that, I am one with a bad track record. Yes, you are, because you use mostly internet sources, and this was also an internet source. And as far as Stanley Porter, again, you didn't tell me he was Stanley Porter that wrote the article. I even read the article here. You didn't say. So you do have a bad track record. Yes, most of your sources are coming from the internet and from questionable websites and even radical scholars. And you often cite scholars without even producing any evidence. This is a bad apologia. Nope, it's very good apologia, just in very good scholarship, but bad on your end. Making stuff up when you cannot actually defend your points. I've been defending my points the whole way. Because you have to ask yourself, which one of us is presenting evidence and who just wants to cite their favorite scholars? Who is actually giving arguments for the position? I even gave an argument for 15th chapter of 1 Corinthians Creed. I gave an argument for eyewitness testimony of the Gospels being ancient biographies. I gave arguments that apostolic was not considered ancient biography. I gave evidence to this. I gave for P52, dating before 81-5. I gave telegraphical evidence for this. Who's been giving evidence the whole time? And who has been citing their favorite scholar, citing questionable websites, getting most of his information from the internet, and making just wild claims, wild assertions, throwing them out there like they're facts? Which one has been doing that? Which one has been citing the actual evidence? I have. You haven't been citing. So yes, you do have a bad track record. I've been defending my points the whole way because I've been presenting evidence. You have not. So reading books from the internet or Google Books is wrong. What kind of nonsense is this? Do you think threats there is any difference between online and offline publications? Or are you suggesting Google Books are making stuff up? No. Here's the problem. It's not with Google Books itself. It's, okay, in order to get Google Books, chances are you're not going to take the book and read the whole thing, especially in the amount of time we had for this debate. You're not going to do that. So what you're going to do is you're going to search for specific information, and you're going to take certain information within the text. The problem is that you could be taking it out of context. But here's another key factor. There could be other relevant details to other parts of the book toward that person's argument that may be key into understanding what he's talking about that you're missing because you're focused on a particular insert in Google Books. When I have a book in my hand, I can at least actually see what the person is arguing. I could track down all the other ways in which he's arguing it, and so forth. It's easier to take them in context. It's easier to make sure that I am being consistent and being true to that person's arguments. With Google Books, you don't seem to do that. But my issue really wasn't with Google Books. It's more with just, I was just making a statement, like a slide comment, you know, do you own any books? It was just more or less for fun more than anything else. But as far as the practical reason, that's where the issue would lie. All right. Say, okay, IMAO. I did look up this abbreviation. It means in my arrogant opinion. That's what it means. In my arrogant opinion. By your logic, if 10 salesmen of Company X state that Company X products are the best, then their bias actually makes them reliable. I never said it makes them reliable. No. That misrepresents me. I'll talk about that in a second. I'm going to finish this statement. That's some great standards of evidence you have, since I don't have that standard. How did I miss that? I copied logically fallacious exception verbatim. All right. Yeah, you did copy it verbatim, but you also copied me verbatim and still missed things like, you know, at least one person in the Quran, you know, you cited me verbatim. So yeah, you cite things verbatim, but you miss things a lot. All right. A few things on this. The reference, okay, 10 salesman. I think he mentions that at the end of his post too. Like, does he? No, maybe he mentions it in another post. Interesting enough, salesmen being motivated by selling a car. He might have mentioned it in a previous post. Maybe that's what I was responding to. But a salesman selling a company, and you saying, okay, because he has this particular motive, he's going to sell me. That makes him unreliable. This is the circumstance that I had. In fact, in logicallyfallacious.com, This is the very situation. I mean, it might differ in specifics a little bit, but basically it's talking about when a salesman sells you a car, sells you a vehicle, or and you think, oh, well, the only reason they're really telling me that the car is working order because they're just motivated and trying to sell me a car. They might be motivated to sell you a car, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're being untruthful with you. It doesn't mean that they can't be trusted or whatnot. Some car dealers can be very trusted. I've had car dealers before, used cars that tell me, yeah, it's got a leak in it, it's got an oil leak, it's got a water leak. I'll knock the price down and take it for this price because it's got a water leak here you have to fix. And so just the fact that they have that motivation does not guarantee that they're going to lie, doesn't guarantee that they're going to be untruthful, doesn't guarantee that inaccurate information, and it doesn't guarantee that they're going to be unreliable. Okay? And that's the point. It commits to circumstantial ad hominem. Okay? But let's get to that part where he misrepresents it. I am not saying that their bias makes them reliable. When did I ever argue that? I never argue their bias makes them reliable. Reliability or unreliability is distinct from whether they're biased or not. The bias doesn't make them reliable or unreliable. Okay? Other factors can make them reliable and unreliable. If they're habitual truthfully or habitual untruthful, those kinds of things. If we find historical data, if we've got other sources written by them and they're constantly fabricating stuff, things like that. If they're too far removed from the time of the events, etc., etc., etc. Those kinds of things. And that makes them unreliable. But when did I ever say their bias would make them reliable? I don't have that standard because I never argued it. He misunderstood what I said. The idea is that you have evidence that their biases are not affecting their judgment because you have, like, for example, in the case of the early church fathers and the authorship of the Gospels, you have multiple authors in various parts of the Roman Empire. Some are doing it at the exact same time, are given these four names as, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, without contradiction, without, that nobody ever named anybody different. No one said Matthew, Mark, Luke, and Henry, for example. They're giving the same information all across the Roman Empire. Multiply attested. Two of them are getting their information, at least we know for sure, Polycarp or Irenaeus is getting it from Polycarp, and Papias is getting it from John the Apostle directly. Polycarp is obviously getting it from John, because he was a disciple of John the Apostle. And when you have all that, then that means we have evidence that the motivation, and plus you got four Gospels, okay, Matthew, Mark, and John, who are unlikely contenders. I already talked about this. So we have good reasons to think that their motivations did not impact this, because if it did, they would have given different names. There would be different names competing for the four Gospels. Instead of Matthew, Mark, and John, other names would be suggested across the Roman Empire. But there isn't. That's the point that I was making. I was not saying that their bias makes them reliable. Reliability and unreliability are determined distinct from their bias. A bias is a factor that factors in their trustworthiness, but it's not something that is an overruling factor. It doesn't overrule it. It doesn't make them unreliable. It doesn't make them have inaccurate information. It doesn't make them lie. It doesn't make them fabricate. It doesn't create the situation. Of course, people are different too. In my example that he was responding to earlier, I was talking about a person who, the way he was, he took things like Wikipedia and stuff like that. Same as him. But I'm one of those people that second guess everything. I second guess everything. I question everything. I doubt everything. I'm a doubter. I tend to doubt a lot. And as a result, I end up checking myself out. I question everything. I even question my own bias. But I do that because of the way I am as a person. So, but the point is that it's no bearing on the situation. It's a case-by-case basis. But he's saying, generally speaking, a person's bias makes them unreliable. And I'm saying, no, that is not. It's not an overruling factor. All right. It states that you have no other evidence for claims of a source than motives, because a relevant factor, and it is not a fallacy, but we have evidence. You don't seem to comprehend even now. Okay, we have evidence that it's not that they're not motivated by the bias, because again they would have chosen different names from the four gospels, and he's not the one understanding it. He's not understanding that. All right. Second, you appeal to authority with your sources. No, I didn't. I gave evidence for it, so that means I'm not appealing to authority fallacy. I cited authorities after I gave evidence, or gave evidence after I cited authorities, or I gave evidence, or the authorities that I'm citing gave the evidence. But the evidence was always cited within that text, within that my response. The fact that there are people, okay, yeah, he's quoting me now. Second, you fill authority with your sources. Okay, I'm accusing him of that. Sorry about that. The fact that there are people claiming it does not make it true. I asked you for evidence that the Gospels were just concerned with preaching and not enough for facts, and you cite people that agree with you. I can cite people that agree with me, but what does that prove? When I cited scholars, I always presented evidence along with them, or when I cited them, they presented the evidence. The reason is that scholarly opinion is just that, opinion, not evidence. Give me the evidence. Present sources from other biographies. Give me historical sources that says that the Gospels are just concerned with preaching and not with the facts. It will have to be an early enough source so I know they know what they are talking about. Okay, he goes, once again, you have not proved a single shred of evidence of gospel indeed Bibles. Okay, this is the 7th video in this debate, right? And within this time, together, if you stay with me from video 1 all the way to video 7, you saw that I counted 3 times that I presented evidence for ancient biographies. 3 times. And he's saying I never did it once. Yeah. Says single shred of evidence the gospel speak Bibles. Just appeal to the consensus of authorities. I told what the conversation was. I told where I stood on the subject matter, and I gave evidence for it. On the subject, nothing more. Yes, I did. I did 3 times. We counted 3 times. And you have a habit of strongman. I guess that is necessary for apologetic purposes. Wow. This guy's really laying it on thick. Neither I nor the source I cite ever said anything about gospel being just concerned with preaching. Yes, he does. He says they're so concerned with preaching that they're not concerned with historical details. He says that in his first post, he talks about it. But rather primarily concerned with preaching. What's the difference here? While your whole argument is Gospels were primarily concerned with recording history, I never said that. What I said was their intent was to record history. And he talks about me strawmanning him. I've said over and over again, their intent is to record history. Means they were intentionally trying to record history. Whether they did record history or not is another factor. It's another issue. That has to do with their historical reliability, not whether or not if, as ancient biographies, their goal was to record history, record historical truths, I should say. Obviously, it's a different genre from historiography, but ancient biographies were intended to a goal to try to give truthful, factual information about that person. How can anybody give a historical source about motive of author of any book? Does this mean that this is admitting of a denial of not having any evidence. All right, let me explain something, okay? A couple things, actually. Okay, one, the difficult nature in proving your assertion does not take away the burden of proof. Second, I probably should have mentioned this first. The burden of proof is on whoever makes the assertion. So if you are asserting something as true, and he did, then he has the burden of proof. The fact that it's difficult doesn't lighten up the burden of proof. You still have it. And what he just said right here is outright admitting that he doesn't have any evidence, even though he has said it. How many times? I didn't even count how many times he has said it, that he thinks that they're concerned with preaching, they're not concerned with historical detail, they're mixing fact and fiction, fictitious elements, and he said this numerous times. And yet, when I'm challenging him, when he finally decides to respond to me, constantly challenging him on this, he tells me he doesn't have any evidence. Then why are you making the assertion? Consistently making the assertion. All right. No, they don't. Even before Moses did a single miracle, the Jews were following him. This he's quoting me. Christians don't believe in what Jesus said just because of miracles. Jesus claimed to be the Son of God, and his claims could be verified through early sources, such as Ignatius, who was a disciple of Peter. What miracles did was better confirm what he had said about himself. It seemed that you have the horse before the cart. In case they don't have that saying in India, that means you have it backwards. Then he puts, so if there were no miracles, Christianity still would be true. The only answer is no. Because the answer is yes, then all you have is leaders from different tribes, nothing to prove anything about supernatural claims. All right. I have said this over and over again. Christianity is proven true by the resurrection. No one doubts that. But it's not proven true by specific miracles that Jesus allegedly did within the Gospels. Okay, I believe he did do those miracles. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying that that's not what constitutes Christianity as being true. No Christian thinks it is. So he's trying to make it like it's a black and white situation. Like you have to accept, if you accept Jesus' miracles as being the founding of Christianity, you have to accept specific gospel miracles, and as well. Otherwise, if it's not, then you have no way of proving supernatural claims. Okay. Again, it's trying to impose a faulty standard that I don't have. Ultimately, it probably derives from his misrepresentation, or more specifically, misunderstanding of my position. He misunderstands what my position is, even though I repeatedly said it. Again, Christianity is founded on the basis of Jesus' resurrection. Okay, it's not founded on the basis of the Gospels, the historicity of the Gospels. The Gospels weren't even written at the time Jesus rose again from the dead. In fact, Gospels weren't even written at the time that Christianity came into being. We both agree with that. So why do you think that this is a factor? All right. Okay. He's going to talk about Lee Strobel again. All right. He says, Lee Strobel earns dollar bills to lie. Why would I question his integrity? He presents himself as a skeptic when he is a Christian fundamentalist. Why would not someone question his integrity? He doesn't present any evidence for this. Okay. This is like saying that he earns money. I assume he's talking about him making money off of books he writes. Okay? Everybody makes money off of books they write. That don't mean that that's the motivating factor. Some Christians even accuse Bart Ehrman of pretty much making a small fortune off attacking Christianity, which he has. He's made a small fortune off of it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's part of his motivating factor. He makes a lot of money. He's a professor at a college. But at the end of the day, he really believes what he writes in his books. He might be misleading people at times on the way he words things and phrases things and argues things. And his arguments are really bad. But at least he really believes it. He really thinks it's true. He's not trying to go out and lie, I wouldn't say. But the fact that he makes money off his books, so you think he's lying about it because he makes money off of it? And he thinks that Lee Strobel is lying about it because he makes money off it? Again, he doesn't present any actual reason. I never challenged the integrity of any of his sources. I challenged the credibility of it. I questioned their academic credentials. I challenged their reliability. I challenged their relevance. I challenged his arguing from them, appealing to authority without presenting any evidence for it, the claim for what the scholars are claiming. But I never want to challenge their integrity. You just don't do that. You know, I never challenged integrity. This really disappointed me. I'm not saying I stay that way. I'm a Christian. I can forgive him. I'm okay with this guy. I'm not mad at him or nothing. But in the debate, this really disappointed me. This to me, this guy lowered his standard when he attacked Lee Strobel's integrity. He basically tried to hit him on the belt. Basically, what he did. And that was just it was terrible. He talked about me having terrible apologia. Well, he has terrible anti-apologia. This is just not very good tactic if you want to try to convince somebody you're right or something. In any given case, he obviously didn't produce any actual reasons he lied and was lying about it. And what about what he said? He presents himself as a skeptic when he is a Christian fundamentalist. He started off as a skeptic. He started off as an atheist. And even though Lee Strobel is not a Christian, in fact, in the book The Case for Miracles, he starts off acknowledging he is a committed Christian. Okay? He starts the book off acknowledging that. I got the book over there. That's why I keep looking over there on my bookshelf. But he acknowledges it. Okay? But some people are the way they are, like people like Lee Strobel, Michael Conner, and myself, typically end up getting kind of cynical. You know, there's times we question and doubt, and we want to investigate into it and see if it's really verifiable, if it's something that's true or false. We want to know. And we have our moments when we doubt, and when we cynicize it to death, and we skepticize it to death. And we have our moments like that. And Lee Strobel's no different. He has those moments where he just like, I need to know. I need to make sure I'm believing the truth, and that I commit myself to something that is absolutely certain, or at least that's really, really true, and I can have confidence in what I believe in this. But he did start off as a skeptic, as an atheist, before converting to Christianity. The Case for Christ basically told his life story, pretty much. Always not question his integrity, because you have no reason to question it. This is the thing. And Keener, he gets on. He's trying to attack my sources. And Keener is not a medical expert. Never said he was. Neither is Candy Brown. Never said he was. She was. She is a professor of religious studies. Yes, but she has personally went over there and done serious studies of intercessory prayer. Her value came not with so much as her knowledge of this, but as much as with her experience dealing with a study of intercessory prayer observing the results from that, because we were on intercessory prayer and the value of it, in these studies and that sort of thing, and how the heck even that qualifies. Again, I just said how, because her being a missionary and her actually dealing with a particular study of intercessory prayer, and the way she is, I can't describe it as good as Lee Strobel. In his book, The Case of Miracles, he described Candy Brown as being very, I guess, I want to say neutral, the way in which she approaches the subject matter. It's not to the point where she's just trying to prove Christianity true. That's not the object of it. That's not her goal. It says, I would even be surprised if Keener could even tell types from multiple sources without looking it up somewhere. Okay, this guy is a credible scholar. He's smart. You don't think he has access to good sources or something? I don't get this. It looks like he's attacking an intelligent scholar's intelligence without having any reason to accuse him of anything. All right, it says, anyway, I did some digging, as account by Kenner is simply not sufficient. The has a statement of faith, for God's sake. A statement of faith. So the fact that he has a statement of faith, I don't understand. So he thinks that Keener can't count as a trustworthy eyewitness because he has a statement of faith. Everybody who's ever had a statement of faith can't be trusted in anything they said, can't be relied on, can't believe what they say. He says the primary source is book by Scott Caldwell. What was that? I don't know. Maybe someone who agrees with him. Again, no evidence cited. You can see the evidence provided in this case can actually be explained naturally. All right. You can almost explain anything naturally if you really put your mind to it. But the fact of the matter is, given the circumstances, combined with prayer, and the fact that this is a highly debilitating disease, doctors gave up on it. Okay, I'm going to finish this part because he talks about a way in which that could be possible, and I want to deal with that because before I respond here. Barbara might have been on second stage of MS caused by bacterial infection. Yeah, she might have been an alien from another planet who had quick healing abilities like Wolverine. This is called the ability to possibility fallacy. The fact that it's possible doesn't make it true. Does she have any evidence that he's on? No, he doesn't. Okay, he's assuming possibility. She could be, but here's the thing. Here's the thing that he ain't getting. Let me finish this. I'll tell you what he's not getting. Which were not known cause until the 21st century. So before the invasive procedure of the antibiotics that were given might have staved off the infection. I think he means starve off the infection. We have a similar case in which the disease had entered the second phase, so-called no way back or only miracle to be explained, which was healed after giving antibiotics. All right. Apparently, he doesn't actually understand what her situation was. There were no antibiotics to give her. There was no medicine. There was no second stage of multiple sclerosis. She was on the last one. She had a disease that was so far gone that the doctors told her family that when she died, do not resuscitate her because you're only postponing the inevitable. The doctors had already given up on her. So apparently he has not researched her situation at all because she's trying to naturally explain a situation that was not hers. And a field of possibility. I'll see on top of that. and do inform me how the sources I have given are unreliable, have exclusive refer to scholars and actual studies, except in case of Lee Strobel. Is he citing me? I don't know. IMAO, in my errant opinion, that's it. Okay. How I think he's talking because he's not, because this right here is not even in response to this. He's saying that the scholars are reliable and that sort of thing. I'm not questioning the scholars, I'm questioning arguments, but right here, he's appealing to possibility. He's assuming that she's on second stage, and then she comes up with a natural expression to what he assumed. And apparently, he had no idea about what her actual situation was. The doctors had completely given up on her. There was no medicine given to her because they told the family when she died or when she, dies, she said, don't resuscitate her, let her die. The doctors had given up on her. They said they were just postponing everything. So if she wasn't on any kind of medication, it could cause that result. Okay. In my arrogant opinion, Lancet is premier peer-reviewed journal saying its internet source is laughable, absurd to dismiss it. Okay, I don't think I accuse them of using mostly internet sources. I don't think I exactly accuse that of the internet source. But either way, I said that there were better studies out there that have been done, is what I said. Though a true miracle would be healing of amputees, all others would be like the case of barber natural explanations. No. If that's the case, then no other miracle can ever be considered a miracle unless a limb grows back. And that's what he wants, because he wants to narrow the standard to only one criteria that nobody ever sees happening, so he can say miracles don't happen. The problem with that is that it's presuppositional, and it's not what miracles actually define. No miracle is ever defined as this. So that is completely inaccurate to begin with. Okay, no, a true miracle, nope, that's not the case. Anyway, Keener does fabricate and exaggerate things in his books. So does Strobel. Just look at the number of years she wasn't able to walk in the report in the book. Okay, what reason you have to think they exaggerated that? You don't even know what stage of multiple sclerosis she's even on. How would you know how long she did not walk? All right. Finally, you're still committing slippery slope fallacy. This is me. He's quoting, even if you're not making the genetic fallacy, let's say that the Christian God decides to do miracles among Hindus, say to try to convince them to Christian God is real, since their view of gods is pantheistic, they're really just representations of forces of nature. They don't think an actual being could being called God, or beings called gods exist in our physical reality apart from nature. But the presentation of miracles among them means God is confirming what they believe. I'm asking a question. How would that even be possible, given that they believe in the first place? My point still remains. You're committing the slippery slope fallacy. Throughout the course of this debate, this has been your most common fallacy. This is an exception to that argument. No, it isn't. Pointing out a fallacy you're making. I do not expect someone who describes himself as a professional apologist to actually present this. When did I ever describe myself as a professional apologist? I work at Walmart. I don't make a living from apologetics. In fact, I have not received one red cent at all, not even from my YouTube videos, on apologetics. I've never described myself as a professional apologist. I'd said I'm an apologist. I'm a Christian apologist. That's what I am. But I'm also a scholar, and I do specialize in a number of areas, but I never call myself a professional apologist. All right. Um, let's see. Okay. Apologists actually presented. So apologists all have bad arguments. I think that's what he's assuming. Oh, this guy is hilarious. This works only if you think Indians are somehow inferior to Europeans. I don't even know what he's talking about. Remember when I talked about he just throws in these random stuff that makes no sense? I don't know why he's saying it. Remember my earlier comments? It's like, you know, I say I like ice cream. You hear I like jumping out of airplanes. So what's going on here? But he says this works only if you think Indians are somehow inferior to Europeans in terms of intellectual capacity, which I'm not assuming that at all. Your presupposed Christian God is true and work from that framework. No, it doesn't. And Hindu belief is not pantheistic, it's henotheistic in philosophical level, but for the layman, a God is a personal God. All right. I'm going to explain this a little bit better because he doesn't understand how he's using this in language is different from how Christians actually use it in reference to God. It's different. We call God a personal God, but he's not using it in that same reference when he talks about henotheistic. But let me first explain something. He's actually not entirely correct because India actually has a wide variety of viewpoints that's been described in different ways. Among them is henotheistic. I'm going to describe what that is in here in a minute. And another is pantheistic. They're very commonly pantheistic, usually. But they're a wide variety. Sometimes they're even described as atheistic. Buddhism, which comes from Hinduism, is a very atheistic type of religion. They don't believe in any gods. All right. But in the case of Hinduism, okay, or more specifically henotheism, henotheism is the belief that it's not the same as monotheism. It's a belief that one God it's not a belief that one God exists exactly. It's a belief that there's a God here and you're worshiping that God, and they're open to other possible gods in existence. With monotheism, they believe that only one God exists and no other gods exist. That's monotheism. Henotheism is worships of one God, but is open to other gods. When he says that it's a personal God, what he means is a God to that specific individual, like someone might have that God worshiping, while this person might be worshiping that God, that sort of thing. That's what he means. Christians don't use, when Christians use the language, when we say our God is a personal God, that's not what they're talking about. But he doesn't understand the language that Christians are using for our God, and so doesn't understand this might come off as very confusing to a Christian. And that's why I'm trying to clarify that. But as far as that goes, it pretty much comes down to almost the same thing. It's just a matter of whether you have a specific God that you particularly worship. Because some groups worship their own gods, while other groups might worship other gods. And I've known that was true in Hinduism for a long time, since my early days in college. All right. Okay. And let's apply this logic in reverse, which he's supposed to misrepresent me. You know, when he says something like that, he's about to misrepresent me. Well, what if Hindu gods are working miracles through Jesus? Which wouldn't be possible, but whatever. But given his culture and beliefs, he can only recognize the Christian God. So there is a difference here, because we can tell the difference if God is working miracles through Jesus. We know what those miracles will look like. In fact, both these views are equally probable, But given the sectarian nature of Abrahamic God, the explanation that Hindu God is working everywhere is more parsimonious. Or maybe Jesus just a sorcerer, the power granted by Hindu God. Yet he could only understood it as himself being God, except Jesus worshipped the God of Judaism. He believed in God of Judaism. He prayed to the God of Judaism. Okay? He didn't pray to the Hindu gods. He prayed to the God of Judaism. So, again, this is just totally debunked, is what that is. Maybe Jesus, just a sorcerer, the power granted by any god, on himself being God. Your argument works exactly this way. And how this slippery slope, only one thing is consistent in this debate is you're overusing and misusing of fallacies. I'm going to get to that in a second. Again, it commits a slippery slope fallacy. That's exactly the reason why it commits a slippery slope fallacy. Because, see, I'm not arguing that that the claims of Hinduism is true on the basis of on the basis of whether there's miracles or not among Hindu. You are arguing this. You are arguing this. And you're saying I should become a Hindu, or I should become a Buddhist, or I should become a Muslim. And no. And he says, you're misunderstanding fallacy. This is the closest he has come to denying making slippery slope fallacy. It is the closest, because throughout this entire debate, he has not once denied. He waited until his last rebuttal, and then he comes close to denying making a slippery slope fallacy. But he was obviously making a slippery slope fallacy. All right. He says they're overusing and misunderstanding fallacies. I quoted from logicallyfallacious.com. He has a book out. I actually am expecting that book to mail from Amazon. It's called Logically Fallacious. It's by Dr. Bo Bennett, who just happens to be a specialist in psychology. He's written numerous books on the subject of logical fallacies. He's a professor and so forth, and he actually is skilled when it comes to logic and logical reasoning and so forth. But in any given case, I'm not overusing fallacies. You're just overusing committing them. I'm just pointing out what you're committing there. And keep in mind, I backed up everything I was saying. You haven't backed up anything. Again, not on par with the New Testament. There's no, okay, this is according to me. This is why an apologist book is not a good source. Muhammad didn't receive complete Quran as a book from Jibril. Okay. Jibril, by the way, is Gabriel. That's the Arabic name for Gabriel. And he puts in there Gabriel too, but that is the Arabic name, Gabriel. All right. He says, whether the verses were gradually revealed to Muhammad throughout the 23 years of prophethood in different contexts and situations, Muhammad would say something that he claimed were from Allah. This is why Muslims cry context of their verse. When pagans objected, he presented the miracle of moon being split. Again, these are verses within the Quran that was pieced together later by his earliest followers. They were not witnessed by anybody. Again, who are these witnesses? I've asked several times. I'm not going to get any answers. And the words that were recorded by followers of Muhammad throughout his life. Okay, since different followers were present at different times of his life, they had different verses memorized. Some of them were chosen specifically by Muhammad to memorize the entire Quran. These special people were killed in Yamama, which was, by the way, before the Quran was composed. All right. And the whole sentence of verses was then compiled into a book, first by Abu Bakr, then by Uthman. All right. All right. Again, he calls them verses. What's the difference between verses and stories? I don't know. But the end result is the same, regardless of what you want to call them, verses or stories. Muhammad got the information what was in the Quran by allegedly Gabriel, and allegedly Muhammad gave this information to his earliest followers about what was in the Quran. They memorized it, went out. Most of them got it, battle with your mama. The rest of them was still there. Some people went out, Uthman and them went out, collected little bits of fragments here and there that were written down, but most of the Quran wasn't written down. It was memorized, so they got it from the followers. Again, this is memorized information about the Quran. I'm not hounding on their memorization of the Quran. What I'm saying is simply this. They didn't witness Muhammad splitting the moon. They witnessed Muhammad telling them about moon splitting miracles as part of the Quran that was being memorized. So whether you call them stories or whether you call them verses makes no difference. At the end of the day, you don't wind up with eyewitnesses. That's the point. Okay. Okay, I asked who's 5 plus. I think in one place he put 5 percentile plus with Tiana. Okay, yes. Okay, he must have read my other post. He says, okay, now I understand your argument about Bar Ehrman. You are correct in this respect, but I have also cited James Tabor, who is a historian. Okay, but you don't cite him with evidence, is the point. No Apollonius biography's status as a bios is as best disputed by scholars. There are scholars that dispute it. I don't doubt that. Bar Ehrman thinks that it's a ancient biography. I differ with him, obviously, and so would Craig Keener. But most scholars think it is historical novel based on the genre. The fact that there are some scholars that dispute that, okay. There's scholars that dispute whether Jesus existed or not. They're in the extreme, but they still dispute it. You always can find scholars that dispute things. Because there's always going to be people that's going to take foreign opinions and positions and beliefs and that sort of thing. And even views that are completely counterproductive or counterintuitive to the evidence. Says, okay, you are correct in this respect. Okay, aside the intent, no Apollos bios disputed by scholars. It is a biography in both form and structure, and that's false. We actually know the structure is actually according to historical biography. It's just he's conflating historical biography and ancient novel, which, by the way, he has never given me any evidence at all for well, he hasn't given me evidence for he hasn't given me any evidence for Apollonius Tiana being a ancient biography, one thing. But he also has not given me an answer to my question, because I asked him, how does he distinguish if he thinks that ancient biographies conflated fictitious information with factual information and mixed the two, mixed history and myth? How do you tell between the difference between that and historical novel, which was a genre at the time, which did do that? How does he distinguish the difference between those two genres? He never answered me on that, ever. He's not answering me here. Says, however, according to Burrich's formal structure, it is usually unusually long, therefore it is considered a historical novel. Yeah, it's considered a historical novel. Most scholars think it's a historical novel, but not just because of its length, that's part of it, but also because it mixes fictitious elements with history. That's one of the main things. However, according to Burrich's analysis, which is the basis of Gospels being called a bios, no, he was a major player in the shift of that, but he just forces them to actually look at the data. Apollonius biography is a bios. Yeah, he might have called it a bios. Yeah, because he says miracles doesn't dismiss something as a biography, and it doesn't. but we know a lot more about this now, and we can take into consideration far more information. But Apollonius uses some biographic conventions, as Craig Keener pointed out as well. But by and large, it is a historical novel. Um, in fact, it's 10 of his works he uses to compare and contrast. I agree. He probably did contrast Apollonius and Tiana. This was been a while ago, but yeah, but that doesn't change anything. I gave evidence that it was not a biography, ancient biography. I gave evidence that it's a historical novel. You even mentioned that it's considered a historical novel just right here. He says he uses to compare and contrast conclusion that Gospels are indeed Bibles. That might have been among the ones he included, but I mean, like I said, it doesn't mean it's not a historical novel. Like I said, Apples, Apples, Theology by Philostratus does have some biographic conventions, as Greg Keener himself mentioned, but that doesn't make it ancient biography. It's actually among the exceptions to the rule there. Serious dude, read works outside the standard apologist. Because all I'm reading is apologists, he doesn't seem to understand that I'm reading scholars and historians. And even the ones that are apologists, I'm still reading them for their scholarly values in those particular areas. Apologists, especially Burridge, he changed his consensus pretty much single-handedly because all scholars are just stupid that way, and we just follow the leader. That's what we do. And when you do read his book, read pages 64 to 66, especially explains that Bibles are and how flexible the genre is. I agree they're flexible. I mean, I actually agree with Burridge said. If Burridge said it's flexible and that they took certain liberties, I agree. I've always said that. I never said they didn't. But you're arguing that they mix myth and history, or they might not even know the difference between the two, and that they were not, that their goal was not to record factual information. And I'm saying that's not true at all. They didn't just make up information about people. That's what you're arguing. That's not what I'm arguing. But as far as them being flexible, yeah, I agree with that. What evidence do you have that Bibles written within living memory are historically accurate, or the intent was to be historically accurate? There's actually a passage in Plutarch where Plutarch talks about his sources, and he says sources that he had there were later sources for, because he wrote biographies over a span of hundreds of years to all the way to near contemporaneous ones. He says sources that he had that were about events that were much further away, and this is Plutarch, you can look it up, he was much more unreliable, but he says sources he had closer to his own time was far more reliable. They typically trusted sources when they were closer to their own time. And the Gospels were written within a period of living memory, so they would be much more likely to trust it more often. If that intent was historically accurate, I would answer that. All right. He's dealing with my part two. Laugh out loud. I already gave a scholarly source that calls Apollonius Tiana a biography. Yeah, I'm sure you can find somebody that calls that. I can also give you a few. Bar Ehrman does. He's a respected scholar. He thinks that Apollonius Tiana is an ancient biography. I disagree with him. Craig Keener would disagree with him. The evidence doesn't seem to support it, but this is what he thinks. This is what Bar Ehrman thinks. You can always find a scholar that agrees with you. The question is, what's the evidence support? Simply putting your fingers in your ears and going nay, nay, nay won't work. I'm not the one doing this, dude. You misrepresented me even in times when you quoted me verbatim. Like I said, I like ice cream, and you say I like jumping out. You think you hear I like jumping out of airplanes. Apparently, you're sticking your finger in your ear and saying those things, not me. Laugh out loud. Philostratus' work is as unreliable as gospel sources. To start with, you don't know, you haven't even demonstrated gospel sources being unreliable to begin with. I agree, Philostratus' source is unreliable. That's what's that got to do with anything? I believe it's a historical novel. I was mostly using this. You can, the sources used, as you can see, Apollonius of Tyana was written by using sources written within living memory. This is where he tries to claim this. This is interesting. Weird, but interesting. The later legendary development, especially the visits to Taxila in India, can be easily considered fictitious, not anything else, though they are reliable as gospels are. No. And I looked this up, by the way. I actually followed the link. All right. When I follow this, it talks about the dates of Apollon's existence, and it referenced Apollon's of Tyana, basically pretty much contemporaneous with Jesus' lifetime. And I don't know if that's what he thinks is living memory. Maybe he thinks, oh, well, it's contemporaneous with Jesus' lifetime, or he uses a source that's dated the 1st century or something of that nature. Okay. We determine living memory by the date of the writing. Okay? The writers of the Gospels, I think, were alive during the time of Jesus, but I don't consider it living memory because they were alive during the time of Jesus. I consider it living memory because the dates in which the Gospels were written corresponds within a time frame when these events have happened and other people were alive that saw them happen too. Okay, that's the point of living memory. And the sources in living memory are much closer to the facts than sources further away. And that's even without evidence, and I have evidence of that, but even without evidence, it's just logical. Obviously, sources are better attested the closer you get to the facts. Philostratus claimed to have used a source by a disciple named Damas. He gives a different disciple. I don't know why he gave that other disciple. I've never even heard that person's name before. But Damas, most of the places in the Philostratus work, I think I mentioned this already, Philostratus work, he doesn't go everywhere Philostratus goes. That becomes obvious. And Damas, the source is given. We don't have Damas today, the source today, but the source is given to him by the pagan empress who wants him commissioned to him to write about Apollonius of Tyana. And so she gives him the source, and there's all kinds of question marks around the source. What is it? People think that the pagan empress invented this source. Some people think that Philostratus invented this source entirely, which is possible, but I don't think that's very probable. And others like Craig Keener and myself included seems lean toward the idea this could be a pseudepigrapha. Pseudepigrapha. What does that mean? It means false title. It means someone claiming to be Damas that isn't Damas, probably writing much later than Damas. Okay. But there's it's just a questionable source. We don't know where he's getting his information from. But Damas isn't present most of the time with Apollonius of Tyana at all, in a lot of cases. So that's questionable as well. The identical nature of the Gospels of miracles is also seems to be questionable. Of borrowing from the Gospel miracles, it seems that Life of Apollonius of Tyana seems to be doing some literary borrowing there from the Gospels, taking the miracles applied to Jesus, implying to Apollonius of Tyana, and yeah. But it's not written within the period of living memory. Philostratus is writing over 100 years later. How's that within living memory? He wasn't alive when Bloodstown lived. He wasn't alive at all. So this is not within the period of living memory. Now, originally he agreed with me that it was not within the period of living memory, but after reading that article, I guess he changed his mind because he thought, oh, well, Apollos is contemporary to Jesus, and Damus is one of his sources, lived in first century, except Damus is likely not an actual, I won't say person, but the source is likely doctored. It's most probably doctored. All right. See, okay. I don't know why I did living memory. Also, you seem to think that people thinking someone is a miracle worker is a evidence of anything. It's not Satya Sai. I don't know what he's saying here. Baba of India. Okay, this is a name. Baba of India was thought as a miracle worker. Doesn't mean he is one. Yeah, misunderstanding what I'm talking about here. I was focused on showing how strong the evidence is that he was a miracle worker. There might be people that thought he was a miracle worker, but with Jesus, we actually have stronger evidence that he actually was a miracle worker. We have one gospels and other gospels taking 60 to 70% of it, and some other things that were taken from other source and oral history. How is this multiple attestation? Okay, and multiple attestation is when you have multiple sources. Again, John's source, you understand, he hasn't even touched John's gospel. John's gospel is wholly independent of the synoptics. Does he miss that point? That when there's 90% of John's gospel is unique to John? Do you miss that part somewhere? You got, again, M and L, which are this. You got Q, which only has common source material between Matthew and Mark. It does not have common, or not Matthew, Mark, but Matthew and Luke. It does not have common source material between Matthew, Mark, and Luke. It just has it between Matthew and Luke, not Mark. When they do agree with Mark, then they use Mark as a source. So again, if you have 4 sources right there, well, 5 sources, assuming Q isn't Luke using Matthew, assuming Q isn't. Most scholars think, and I don't agree with this, but most scholars think, like Bart Ehrman, for example, that Q is an external source apart from Matthew and Luke. I think Mike McConnell might hold this view as well. I don't agree with it. I think Luke is likely using Matthew, but let's assume, but if I assume what most scholars think is true, then we have 5 sources. If what I say is true, then we have 4 sources, but it's still multiple attestation because it's multiple independent sources. M is not Mark's gospel. It's not John's gospel. You know, if we have a source of information that's found in, say, Luke, and then we have one found in John, this would consider an independent source. Even if Luke is a Q saying from Matthew, let's say Matthew and Luke agrees, that would be one source because it's in a Q saying. But John would still count wholly independent, and it would be multiple attestation. It needs some training in scholarship and scholarly methods. And this is basically still using unreliable sources. Any group of people who expected Messiah dies so horribly will have some internalization to make up for it. And it's not that, like, we actually know these sources. Gospels are using, at least with Philostratus, we do know that much. We do know what the sources are. Luke says he used eyewitness reports in the preference he does. John actually identifies the beloved disciple as the witness, the evidence behind John's gospel. He said this is his testimony. however you want to interpret that. Um, uh, because of the literary connection between Matthew, Mark, and Luke, we do know Matthew and Luke is used likely using Mark. We have external evidence that says Mark, source behind his gospel was Peter. We know that Peter is, we got indirect evidence, internal indirect evidence of this as well, because Peter is the main perspective that's found within Mark's gospel. So we do have evidence of this. Again, he has Davis is a questionable source within Philostratus's work here. The Gospels do have accurate information regarding sources. Luke says he gets his information from eyewitnesses. You never gave any reason of why Gospels are considered Greco-Roman biographies. At every instant, you seem to assert it. Again, how many times did we count? Okay, I've done 7 videos. Watch all 7 videos. How many times did I do? I'll count the times, the posts that I do where I go through the evidence for ancient biographies. I count 3 of them. 3. And he says I haven't done it once. All right. It says, I'm not saying merely because it is an argument from authority, it is wrong. Argument from authority is only wrong when relevant authority disagrees with that authority. He likes his appeals to authority, doesn't he? Put by other authority, or when the argument is asserted only on the basis of authority, other relevant field. Made no sense whatsoever. But he likes his appeals to authority, apparently. It seems like you have never actually read Richard Burridge's book. Okay, that's that thing. Is that, ban me from the scholarly community for some reason? He explains in detail why Gospels are bios, and anything like what you're saying, because I am basing it on evidence. That's why. Richard Burridge was concerned with trying to convince him that it was biographies in the first place. Neither did scholars like both men. What early scholars did was take basic characteristics of biographies and compare them to the Gospels. And Gospels came out wanting. No, they didn't. Okay, here's what he's basically saying. He's saying people in the 1800s, they compared the Gospels and determined that they must be historical biographies. He's saying people in the 20th century believe they were historical biographies because Richard Burridge said so. Not because they looked at the Gospels or compared them to ancient biographies or anything like that, even though that's what we've been doing ever since. Even though that there's entire books written by it, just studying ancient biographies and contrasting it with the Gospels. But we're not really looking at ancient biographies. We're not really comparing them to Gospels. They did in the 1800s, but we're not doing it in the 20th century. Richard Burridge said that they're the same as ancient biographies, and because we're just that gullible, we follow the crowd. And all of scholarship went with them. Oh, yeah, I might be having a little too much fun with this. All right. Okay. Okay. Earlier scholars had taken basic characteristics of biographies and compared them to Gospels, and Gospels came from. I already gave 5 points earlier, which were missing from Gospels, yet found in traditional biographies. However, Burridge worked on more than just that. It's funny how he would take things from Burridge's book when he thinks it supports his thesis, but yeah, he doesn't agree with his conclusion that the Gospels are Greco-Roman biographies. That's amazing to me. I mean, he'll take things from his book to support his thesis and then reject his overall conclusion. Does that make sense to anybody else? Yet found in traditional biographies. However, Burridge worked on more than just that. He compared external and internal features of several bios, okay, including Philostratus Apostolata. He might have did. Like Craig said, it does have some biographic conventions. but it's clearly a historical novel because it's the wrong length for ancient biography. It mixes fictitious elements along with historical elements. That's the kind of thing the historical novels did, kind of like the Gospel of Peter did. And it shows that the Gospels are similar to them. He also outlined that ancient Greco-Roman biographies were flexible genre and a mixture of economy, history, entertainment, fiction, as novels, ethics, philosophy, etc. So Richard Byrd showed that they were novels in order to show that they were autobiographies. Really? Read the genre and mixing part in the subsection of Greco-Roman biography from Byrd's book. All right. Again, conflating historical novels and ancient biographies. They're not the same thing. There is a distinction between them. Ancient biographies' intent was to record history or record historical truths about a particular character. They might have been focused on certain aspects of that character, their, moral compass and that sort of thing, the moral character, but they were concerned with recording accurate information about that person, not making up stuff about the person or trying to be as inaccurate as possible. In fact, Plutarch often talked about his sources, where he trusted sources or not. Some sources he trusted, and he says this is very reliable. Other sources he didn't trust because they were further removed from his own lifetime, and he didn't trust those sources very much. He actually called them a name, but I can't remember the name. Something like poets, and I can't remember exactly. I have to look it up. But he clearly, when he had sources that were reliable, he talked about that and said this is good sources. Okay, says you have never actually read Byrd's book. He's playing details of a lot of gospels. Anything like what we're saying? Again, they've been contrasting them ever since, and I gave evidence for it. Now that the scholars like, okay, where are you? We know this. We move down. Biography says it's gave 5 points. Traditional biographies. Byrd just worked on more than just that. He compared external and internal. Okay, I already did all that. He also outlined the Greco-Roman biographies were flexible genres, a mixture. I said it was a flexible genre. I said they took liberties, but you're taking a modern standard of reliability and applying it to the Gospels, like Bart Ehrman does. No, they don't. They only use to show what Christians believed in or those who wrote it believe in, not what actually happened. There is a difference between the two. I actually forgot what I wrote here. Doesn't matter. Okay. He says we generally go by ratios and available evidence. At what points do you think that this will translate to positive evidence? We can discover thousands of them, yet many would still be missing. Will they be? Okay, I think he's talking about the rolling tomb. I'm not sure, but I think that's what he's referring to here. Because I will accuse him of arguing from silence, which he was. And he said, and he makes something that doesn't make no sense. He says, we can discover thousands of them that may still be missing, won't they be? Well, that's not the point. The point is you don't know if there's things missing. That's the point. You're arguing that it's not true or not the case because there's lots of missing. Well, what if you're wrong about that? Even if you discovered 1,000, okay, you discovered 1,000. Well, could there be more? Well, that will only enhance it even further. So that doesn't make no sense. All right, 2, 3 are guaranteed nobles. You think a Pharisee would be as rich as a noble? What you do? Take rolling tombs and price check them at Walmart or something? How do you know how much it would cost? Seems like stretching the limit here. Yes, it does. It very much does, but not my argument. Yes, the destruction of the temple is a positive evidence that Mark was written in AD 70 AD, or at least was still being written in 70 or post 70 AD, except the fact that they have rolling tombs prior to AD 70. In fact, Mark chapter 14 that talks about Caiaphas, the high priest, the tomb that he was found in was a rolling stone tomb as well. He didn't even respond as I think maybe he thought it was a reiteration of the whole Cromwell thing. I looked it up, but I forgot what he put there. Anyway, he didn't give any kind of real answer there. 5, when have you ever done more than anything but cite scholars? I cited evidence. I'm doing a debate review where I've gone over that and emphasized and pointed out the fact that I've cited evidence. I pointed out the three posts where I cited evidence for ancient biographies, even though you accused me of not citing that. And so, yeah, I am constantly doing it. You are saying that they were writing history, i.e., what actually happened, not merely what they believed in. Even if they weren't precise, they were still writing history. That is simply not the case. Again, you're taking a modern standard of reliability and you're inserting it into the past. I'm not doing that. You're doing that. For example, death of Judas is easily a forgery. Okay. We haven't really been on the gospel differences as much. He described them early on as being inconsistent, because at the time we were talking about the resurrection, even if you argue that he really believed them as inconsistent, it's irrelevant. I referenced that the arguments of Bart Ehrman regarding the differences in the gospel are nothing more than circular arguments. All right. He says, okay, it's obviously a forgery. Okay, why does he think it's forgery? Let's continue with what he says before I answer this. If you think they were writing history as he could have been simultaneously, he could not have been simultaneously hung himself and blown out from inwards, which it doesn't say he blew out from inwards. It said he fell and his inwards fell out. Okay, one of it was really wrong. All right. Okay. First of all, again, as I already pointed out, when we're dealing with historical accuracy versus genre, these are two separate questions. I have never, ever said otherwise. In fact, I've said the opposite. I said they were distinct from them. That this is genre, this is their intent to record history. Historical reliability has to do with whether or not if they got it right. Two separate questions, and he just conflated them in one argument, as if that's my argument. So, yeah, he misrepresented me there. All right, but what about Judas Iscariot? It's an obvious forgery. Why is it obvious forgery? Oh, because there's a difference, you got one count saying he hung himself and another one saying his insides blew outward, which he doesn't say he blew outward. It says he fell forward and his insides came out. All right. Neither one of these accounts are contradictory. Neither one of them. He's trying to make it look like they butt heads, but they don't. They don't. One account doesn't say he wasn't hanged. The other account doesn't say he didn't fall forward. In fact, actually, if Judas Iscariot was already dead, because it's the Acts account that says that he fell forwards and his insides burst out. All right. It is okay. If he was already dead, like if he had hung himself, and somehow the rope either broke or got cut, because eventually it would have had been cut somehow, then this would explain why his insides burst out. I've tripped and fall forwards on my face lots of times. I remember one time I had an equilibrium problem in my ear, and I just went flat on my face. I just went forwards. I had no control over it because equilibrium controls your balance. And next thing you know, I was on my face. Had zero control over how that went about. I was just walking, and the next minute I was over. And I'm sitting there crawling to get back home. As all the times that I've ever fell forwards, I don't recall my insides ever bursting out. That usually doesn't happen unless two things. One, the body is already dead and decomposing, and two, the person fell from a distance. This would make sense. Okay, if you look at the traditional place of Judas Iscariot's hanging, it's on a tree near a valley. It's the Valley of Hinnom, which slopes down like this. And so, if they're hanging over the tree, the trunk, and the thing broke, and they fell forwards, which of course you would fall forwards because if he's already dead, he has no consciousness, and people that have no consciousness typically fall forwards. They don't fall backwards. That's one way you know that someone's fainting if they fall backwards. People don't fall backwards. If they don't know what they're doing, they fall forwards. When my stepdad had a stroke, he fell forwards. My wife, one time, was shortly after we got together, when we were still going out, we were married at the time. We weren't married at the time. And she sits there and tries to fake out her mom. And I honestly thought she was serious. I didn't know she was faking it either. And she just falls backwards. Like she just fainted backwards. And her mom said, "Oh, she's fine." And Emma looked up and says, "How do you know I was fine?" And of course, her mom's a paramedic. And she said, because people who are don't know what they're doing never fall on their back. When they lose consciousness and they have no idea where they're going to fall, they fall on their back. People or fall forwards on their front. People who do know what they're doing in consciousness will fall on the back because it doesn't hurt as much. It hurts more when you fall forwards. People typically don't fall forwards. When I had my equilibrium problem, I fell forwards. So if he's dead and he's on this thing and either the rope broke or someone cut him off, which eventually would happen. And of course, this is happening around the Sabbath day. They would not cut him loose on the Sabbath day. So he was at least hanging there for at least a day, maybe even a couple days. And so his body's already starting to decompose. They cut the rope, or the rope broke, whichever the case may be, and body would have fell forward. So his hanging, his insides bursting out as a result of him falling forwards would make sense in light of him being already dead. If he wasn't dead, it wouldn't make sense at all. But here's the point that I want you to take out of it. Neither account is actually contradictory. One does not say the other didn't happen. And you know something? Strangely enough, Christians have never actually had a problem with this account. I know a lot of skeptics make a big deal out of it. He's not the only one. Bart Ehrman does too. In fact, when Bart Ehrman's ever asked, "Okay, what error do you have in the gospel that you just really think is a good error that can't be explained away?" and he brings up Judas's death. They always bring up Judas's death, but this is one of the easiest ones to explain. And no Christian ever had a problem with it. None. I've never seen a Christian that ever had a difficult basis. If I was a skeptic, I don't think I would actually bring up this at all, because it's not in conflict with the other verse. So it's not a question of both of them can't be true. Both of them can be true because the other doesn't deny the other. So they can be very true. They're just complementary details. If I was a skeptic, though, I would probably bring up what it referenced after that, because after that it referenced that the land that Judas Iscariot committed suicide on was either bought by the chief priests, the ones that he threw the money at, or was bought by Judas Iscariot. Now, this looks like what is called an apparent contradiction. Apparent contradiction is something that looks like a contradiction when no further information is available. But what if we have further information? In Michael Conan's book, What Are the Gospels?, he began contrasting them to ancient biographies, in which case he does actually look at what's called literary compositional devices, which were common devices used among biographers such as Plutarch. Plutarch wrote a lot of biographies, including contemporaneous ones, near contemporaneous ones to himself, and these people often overlap with each other, and often the events that they record overlap with each other. So it gave us an interesting idea of comparing this what Michael Kona did. He compared them to these each other and see how he handles the same information. He found a number of literary compositional devices, and these devices are used by other ancient writers as well. They're also used by historiography, because historiography and ancient biographies actually overlap with one another. So it's not a historical novel and ancient biographies overlapping. It's historical or ancient biographies and historiographies that actually overlap in genre. Craig Keener marks on this in his book, Christobiography, too, as well. All right. They use literary compositional devices. One of these devices was called transference. This is when you transfer the deeds or actions or words to another, when you ultimately know one is ultimately the responsible party behind the deeds, actions, or words. And basically what you're doing is you're saving time and space by removing the middleman and bringing it together. There are several examples of that I can bring up. The situation with Jairus' daughter, was it Jairus that went up there to him, or was it his servants that went up to him? Most likely, it was his servants that went up to him, but Jairus was the ultimate authority behind those servants. So what one of the Gospels did is they just cut through the middle person, just cut out the servants entirely, and said Jairus asked. It was just a way of creating it. Now, of course, with modern standards, you might try to say, oh, that's unreliable, that's fictitious information. No, it's just ultimately the writer's understanding that that person is ultimately behind what is being said and what's being done, etc. It's Judas Iscariot's blood money. It's paying for the field he died in. And so ultimately, Judas Iscariot is held responsible for it. But most likely, he was already dead at that time, so the chief priests are probably the ones who paid for it, in spite of that. And so this is a literary composition device called transference. But what you're going to do is you're going to do what Bob Ehrman does and take a modern view of reliability and insert it back into the Gospels. And then you're accusing me of taking modern perceptions and inserting them into the Gospels. That's not what I'm doing. That's what you're doing. All right. So yeah, the Judas Iscariot, easy one. Okay. Apollonius wasn't killed. In fact, he went to King's Hall, challenged him, and came out victorious. Anyway, that's for differences. There are many. Okay. I don't understand where this is coming at. But you're correct on the similarity part, but exorcism and healing were pretty much expected out of miracle workers, so similarity here doesn't really mean much. It does when they're almost exactly alike. But in either case, my point was that most likely he borrowed from the Gospels on that. All right. Okay, let's see how much more he's got. Hoping he's almost over. Yeah, I think he's almost over. About another 4. No, it was a continuation of discussion from the previous point. If no connection exists, then how do you prove Jesus was indeed God? And all you have left with is faith that Jesus is indeed God. We prove it on other grounds, but in your case, I've already said this too much on that. I was never stronger than you. In fact, I said this was the criteria. No, and if it is not, then I have asked you what is the criteria. You assumed the criteria, then you attack the criteria you assumed, and then say I have sloppy criteria. But I don't have sloppy criteria because I don't have that criteria. And I told you explicitly several times what my criteria was. You just didn't like it. You never responded to this. Yes, I did. At least in the end, you did actually understand my point. I will to that later. I could not have read the whole book in such a short time, so I glazed over it. This is whatever Christian or The Forgotten Trinity by James White. Laugh out loud. No, I explained once before. I will do it again during part 4 of Apply. This is referencing the eyewitness, alleged eyewitness report in the Quran. 5, no, you don't know enough to Quran to apply any standard to it. The standard that I have to judge the Bible and the Quran, and I do know a lot about the Quran. In fact, I actually know more now than I did when I started this debate, strangely enough. But I knew a lot about the Quran, but that has nothing to do with the standard that I'm judging it by. The standard I'm judging it by is basically saying, okay, I want to know what the evidence is. I want to know, is this material reliable? Is it trustworthy? How was it composed? How early it is? Was there eyewitnesses? How reliable are the eyewitnesses? Is there any corroborating evidence for it? Is there any archaeological or fulfilled prophecies? Is there anything like that? It's the same standard that I'm doing in the Bible. The difference is the Quran is just following that standard. And I don't need to know enough about Quran to make that standard. I just need to know that the Quran is not succeeding the standard. But I do actually know more about the Quran. And the more I know about the Quran, the more it fails that standard. So you still wind up in the same boat. Okay, okay. Plutarch does write myths. For you think that life of Theseus and Romulus are actual history and not myths. Okay, again, for sources or for people, Plutarch wrote sources over the span of hundreds of years. Okay, and because of that, when it came to sources that were much further away from his own time, he didn't have very good sources. Sometimes he had to rely on some very unreliable information, and he said that he had to rely on this unreliable information. He didn't trust it, but it's all he had to work on. But when it came to stuff that happened close to his own time, he said he had much better information. You think Theseus actually battered Minotaurs? Again, again, Plutarch wrote lots of biography over the course of lots of time. He had much better sources closer to his own time than he did for sources much further away. 7, I have read Suetonius and some other biographers. There is certainly a method. He mentioned their sources. Yeah, sometimes they mention the sources. Plutarch mentions, I've mentioned that Plutarch mentions his sources sometimes he don't. But they don't always mention their sources. But they do use sources, though. That's part of ancient biography. They use sources. Now, of course, historical novels sometimes use some sources on occasion because it is based on some historical details. They mention what they are creating from the best of their knowledge, do not contradictions between sources, etc. I don't understand where he's getting that. Anytime you have multiple sources saying talk about the same event, there's always information that is information that's different. In fact, Plutarch is the same writer writing biographies, and he differs in his own biographies from each other. When he's talking about biographies of people that overlap with each other and overlap events, and he still has differences there. And this is the same writer having these differences. So I don't know where he's getting that. Theseus and Romulus, do I need to provide more light for Aesop? This is a historical biography. I actually mentioned it early on. That is one of the historical biographies. It is considered a historical biography. It is not an ancient biography. It's completely fictive biography. Well, yeah, because it's not an ancient biography. It is a historical novel. How do you tell the difference between a historical novel and a biography? You can't. Not according to your standard, because you're conflating historical novels and Greco-Roman biographies, and you're making them look like they're the same thing, and they're not. They're two separate genres with very specific distinction. says, okay, complete picture of biography. I can name more if you want. Yeah, I can name a few historical novels too, but it's not going to give us nowhere in the same ballpark of talking about ancient biographies. 9, then I might remember wrong, not going to scroll 100 plus posts to see. Thought you said evidence miracles was strong. If you only claim Christians believe Jesus to be a miracle worker, then it's fine. I had no problem with it. Okay. 10, if Pentecostals can perform miracles, what is your explanation for that? I'm open to Pentecostals performing miracles, or at least that God can do miracles through them. I'm not saying that that's happening. I'm not even arguing that that's happening. I'm just saying I'm open to it. I don't know. Maybe he assumes I'm closed-minded to it. Some Christians are, but I'm not. All you can do is accept their explanations. Why does that mean I have to accept what they say? Okay, God does a miraculous act through them, and all of a sudden, I gotta agree with everything Pentecostals say. 11, I don't understand why it is so hard to understand. I am asking for simple evidence for Jesus being God. I gave you that. You just, for one thing, we're not really even on the subject of whether Jesus was God or not. We can debate about that at some point. I say, well, I don't understand why it is so hard to understand. I am asking for simple evidence of Jesus being God. I say, well, you think it's just because of miracles that Jesus is God. I didn't say that. You are arguing that. You deny that. Then I ask, what other evidence do you have to prove the claim that Jesus was indeed God? It's through the theological methodology, through that we claim that Jesus was God. I made this distinction in my other post. And you say you're not going to provide the evidence as you don't want to play my game. No, I was talking about forcing me into a circular argument there, when my game literally is asking you to clarify your position. I'm talking about what you were trying to force me into, claiming it's the Son of God because the Bible said so, and I wasn't going to try to argue that way. That's not what I was trying to argue. You were trying to force me in a particular direction. Then you direct me towards a book that explains Christian theology. Surely that might explain why you think theology is good. It still won't prove Jesus was God. Again, it helps understand our theological view on why we believe, why Christians believe that Jesus is God. Because ultimately, you cannot prove that historically. You can only prove that theologically. That might be something you're not willing to do, but that's the only way you can actually prove that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to prove that. But remember, Christianity was founded on Jesus' resurrection in the first place. So it wasn't founded on. I will say this is a foundational doctrine, but it's not the basis of where Christianity came from. It's not. This has more to do with the identity of Jesus, of who he really was in the flesh. For that, you need evidence, and from everything you have posted till now, you don't seem to think miracles are sufficient criteria to prove that. Correct. So what exactly is the criteria? If there is no criteria, then you are believing this on faith, which I do not problem with. But you're assuming that I believe in Christianity solely upon whether Jesus was God or not. I think that is an essential theological view of mine, but that's not the reason Christianity is true. Lots of other religions makes all kinds of claims about themselves. Christianity is true because Jesus rose again from the dead. That's the part you're not getting. Do not have a problem with per se. Rather, I am asking this because you made it clear that you are an evidence-minded person in the beginning. Yes, I am. I'm a very evidence-minded person. The point is, though, there are certain things in the Gospels that I cannot prove historically. It doesn't mean it cannot be proven. It can still be proven. It just be proven using a different methodology. When we dealing with whether Jesus was God, that's a theological viewpoint, a theological construct. The only way to prove it is through theology. And since we're contrasting the Quran and Islam a lot, understand James White has done debates taking this view of theologically proving that Jesus was the Son of God, showing evidence from the New Testament that this is the case. And he presents this in debates with Muslims, and he talks about the Quran, he talks about the textual composition of the Quran, and so forth. And he does all this in debates with Muslims. So it can be proven, it can be done, but it's just not done in the way that you want it done. You want it to be able to be historically verified, and it can't be historically verified. It's impossible to historically verify something like that. We're not arguing that. Historians just don't have the tools to verify it historically. It doesn't mean it can't be verified. It doesn't mean it can't be proven. It just has to be proven on a different ground, on a different type of methodology. All right. This is where he gets on the circle of the earth again. This is, I think, is the last we've all dealing with it. How could space that surrounds the spherical earth be circular? If the earth is circular, why would it be? I mean, a circular surrounding works with a circular earth. Yeah, duh. Earth is spherical, not circular. Again, circle and spherical are basically the same shape. They're just different dimensions of the same shape. A spherical is a three-dimensional circle. A circle is a two-dimensional sphere. They're the same shape, different dimensions. Okay, just like a pyramid is a three-dimensional triangle. And I've mentioned this. If you look at the Earth from space, it looks like a circle. And the word kahug, or its derivatives, appears around 4 or 5 times in the Bible, almost always referring to a flat object. No, it doesn't. Not a single time to a spherical object. Once again, it always refers to a flat object. Whatever translation you just happen to be reading. So, yeah. And by the way, I've been to Bible Hub. It says the same thing. It uses, I think, was it thesaurus, something like that. Can't remember whose Hebrew lexicon it uses. But it says the same thing as the Brown Driver Briggs up here, which is actually one of the top Hebrew lexicons in the world. And it says the same thing. It's fault. It doesn't say it's flatness. Okay, let's continue this. See how many more I got. Looks like I got 2 more. All right, but this one's a long one. All right. Yes, generally speaking, we don't trust everything in the history. We will analyze its contents, compare and contrast from what we know, and see where something is probably true or not. We look at independent or multiple attestation, or multiple lines of evidence, archaeological, supposed to be sure. Okay. I'm not exactly sure why he thinks he's arguing against my position. I don't know. 2, you have not proven it, just asserted as an argument from authority. In this case, it is a fallacy as equal competent authority disagrees. The scholars I have cited files themselves for flexible genres. I have proven that they're ancient biographies. I showed 3 posts where I gave evidence for it. So no. He says that they cite scholars that disagree. Well, yeah, they always find scholars that disagree, but I cited evidence. Where's your evidence? Bios themselves were flexible genres. I never said otherwise. This is what Burridge wrote in the Magnum Opus, but I think that when he says it's flexible genre, he's talking about something different than what I'm talking about. I'm talking about them being able to take liberties, like literary conventions and things like that nature, being able to abbreviate, summarize, etc. And that would be okay in that culture in the way they wrote ancient biographies. When he says flexible genre, he means a mixture of fiction and mix of myth and history, basically. And this is what Birds wrote in his manual opus. I doubt that, but anyway, see the genre mixing section. Seriously, read the book that changed the consensus. Yeah, because we're all just gullible scholars that believe whatever a book says. This book that was shipped in scholarship, that was him. He was turning our attention, all the scholars' attention, focus to compare and contrast biographies with gospels, and it's when they began to see these similarities. We don't just believe something just because a book was being written. Everybody writes books. It has everything to do with bias. Obviously everybody has bias for one or another thing. Yes, they do. So we want other sources that would not have bias with a particular thing. So in other words, as long as they have bias that disagrees with our bias, you know what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is, you're biased too. So where's your source that this is the case that wouldn't normally disagree with you? You ain't gonna find any. That's the point. Okay, so one other source that would have a bias particular thing. Example of 10 salesmen from company X. This is where he states this again. State their company product is best, then this does not amount to independent evidence. This is referencing bias. This is the very example, or a very similar example to the example granted by logicallyplatio.com for circumstantial ad hominem. Yep. But if a salesman from company Y states it, even though he would have bias toward the company Y, then we have good evidence to conclude that the product offered by company X is indeed good, even if not the best. At best, in historical studies, something like this might increase the probability, but the lack thereof would decrease it. He's arguing that bias is an overruling factor that makes a source unreliable, or is considered unreliable because it has its biases. If that's the case, then we can't trust any source in history. It's not an overruling factor. That's the point that I'm making. 4, anything that requires more evidence, for example, I don't need Indian and persuasion or Persian and any other accounts about Alexander exploits or Persian accounts of some Gupta exploits, because empires form, empires spread, nothing too extraordinary in this. But if you claim Muhammad brought army from Muslim heaven to crush his enemies, then yeah, a lot more just than follow saying so is required. Okay, I never said otherwise. Okay, but I think he's questioning me using the Bible as evidence. But you can still use the Bible as evidence, because the facts that are usually used by Christians to support the resurrection are not in themselves miraculous or supernatural in nature. They're not inaccessible to the historian. Is it inaccessible to the historian for empty tomb? No. For Jesus dying by crucifixion? No. For his burial? No. For the discovery of his empty tomb? No. For his post-mortem appearances? No, because I mean, people just saw him alive afterwards and reported on it. Eyewitnesses. Okay, is that Paul reporting on it? No. James? No. They're not supernatural in origins. So again, they're not inaccessible to the historian. But when the facts are put together, they point powerfully in the direction of a supernatural event. Revive battle better. I don't know what that's all about. 5, yeah, but that's the same thing. We have independent evidence anyway. Okay, 6, it makes them unreliable, thus weak evidence. And extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, not weak evidence. It doesn't make them weak evidence. I think he's talking about bias. Bias does not make it weak evidence. But the question is, again, why would that be an extraordinary claim? Why would someone who's biased be right, even though they're biased, be an extraordinary claim? I don't know that. I don't understand how he's making that connection. He's trying to desperately make connections. He's connecting dots that are not even connected, trying to form pictures which they clearly are not forming because they're not actually connected to each other. And some of the stuff he's just not making any sense with it. But this is usually applied to miracles or Jesus' resurrection or something. They usually don't apply this to something mundane like eyewitness accounts or historicity of an account, or whether somebody's biased or whether bias means something reliable or unreliable. These issues are not what they apply this to. And besides, it is subjective standard, but this is clearly a misuse of their own skeptical claims here. 7. Yes, it could be an attempt to link gospels to authority figures. Church leaders interpolate it with other texts already written. What makes you think they can't make up something to prove authenticity of sacred scripture? Well, wait a minute. I'm not the one arguing that they were concerned with preaching and that they made stuff up and they were preaching. You're arguing that. I don't have to show evidence that that's not the case. You have to show evidence that is the case. Because you're the one arguing it. You're the one who made the assertion. You bear the burden of proof. So the question isn't what evidence I have. The question is what evidence you have. Because you're the one making the argument. 8. Bart Ehrman provides compelling reasons why they would choose this name or these names. All right. I have personally reviewed our Bart Ehrman's theories on the subject matter. I'm not going to go too much into them, but they're complete conjecture. He has no evidence for it. His best attempt is an argument from silence. As far as Ioannidis goes, he has this thesis about them wanting to apostle from Rome, so they needed Paul, so they made Luke, and things like that. It doesn't make any sense, because if they wanted Paul because he's an apostle from Rome, they would just use the gospel of Paul. If they wanted Peter because they needed another apostle from Rome, which is part of his theory, then they would have called it the gospel of Peter, not the gospel of Mark. They would not give Mark the credit, and Peter is just the source behind Mark's gospel. So that doesn't make any sense at all. So his whole argument is fallacious. Barman, I've personally evaluated his theory. His theory just falls apart. And he says it doesn't provide any evidence. It's an assertion. Okay, 10, okay, this is my fault. What I mean was they believe Jesus' resurrection was indeed true. I think he's responding to that C thing, where he says he thinks that seeing is lying. They wouldn't see it as lying. Yet everything they wrote as evidence to prove not all of it are true, and they would seem writing that as getting the message across. They were talking on reliable sources and definitely making stuff up. But Judas could not have something hung himself and blown himself inside out. To start with, he didn't blow himself inside out. He fell forward, and his insides burst out. Why wouldn't they be this? Why couldn't that happen at the same time? Does this assume that he didn't die by hanging? Him being hanged assumes his body didn't go forwards and his insides spilled out? What part of these are contradictory, are inconsistent with each other? There is no inconsistency there. I wouldn't even classify this as an apparent contradiction. This is easily resolvable. In fact, actually, if he was already dead, it would make sense why his insides would burst out, because if his body fell forward and from a distance, then the impact alone would cause his body, and with his body already decaying, it would cause his insides to burst out like that. Okay, why did Paul say, blood and flesh will not inherit the kingdom of God, perishable will not inherit perishable? All right, blood and flesh is only used by Paul in reference when he's talking about sin, carnal sin, okay? And he's saying that will not inherit the kingdom of God. Okay. Whenever the New Testament talks about physicality of Jesus, it always says flesh and bone. And Paul uses the same word, flesh and bone, to reference the physicality of Jesus. You never use flesh and blood unless you're talking about sin. So this is not talking about physical. It's nothing about physical here. It's talking about sin. Can't inherit the kingdom of God. Okay. And why does he say Jesus filled in him? I've already answered this. It's a vague passage. You don't interpret that. And by the way, he never once answered those explicit passages on Romans 8. And I reference that in my closing argument as well. Seems rather ambiguous to me. Maybe you are right, but okay, so he admits it is a little ambiguous, that particular passage. But it makes a little sense to me when I first read Paul's work, for his wording was pretty clear as spiritual resurrection, even though he never said that. He mentions the spiritual body again. The Greek word there is not referring to spiritual as in material. It's referring to spiritual as in opposite of carnal. It's talking about more like holy or righteous. Like if I lift the Bible up and said this is a spiritual book, I don't mean it's translucent and it's floating up like a ghost or something. That's not what I mean by spiritual when I talk about it. To me, then, during the debate, I started reading what apologists say. Some arguments, like how spiritual body could simply mean purified body, made sense. So he's conceding to some of this. Even then, some of these, this is progress. I mean, it's slow progress. Obviously, he's not going to make all of it, but it is progress. Hopefully, maybe he'll get better. I'm really hoping. I really am praying. I know I made fun and I've had fun and I've joked around and his arguments are not very good. But the reality is that I really would like Anuj to come to the truth. I really would. That's my heart. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. I would love him to come to the truth and know Jesus and be saved and to have his life transformed the way we have had our lives transformed. I would love to see that. He's already weakening his resolve in a lot of different areas. That's good. I'm glad he's not like Matt Dillahunty. He says he's not like Matt Dillahunty. He will be willing to accept evidence. He will be willing to change his mind, and there are things that convince him. Unlike Matt Dillahunty, who don't seem to have anything that can convince him. All right. He says some of these verses leaves a lot of room for spiritual resurrection. No, they don't. And early gospel writers recognized this and made it explicitly clear that resurrection was physical in nature. What reason he got for thinking that was their motive? No, he doesn't say. I don't understand the context. I never. I don't know what he means. Brought Galatians 1:12. Okay. That's when when I put Galatians 1:12 because I thought that's what he was praying because it mentioned Revelation, but he was talking about Galatians 1:16. That was my bad. All right. Okay. I'll reply to the 4-part Quran tomorrow. Okay. He's telling me he's going to reply tomorrow. Okay. And go there. Okay. Okay, was when we fixed the mistake. Yeah, we checked the passage. You're right. It's Galatians 8:16. All right. Okay. Okay, now to the Quran. He goes to part 1. Here, rewrite could simply mean paraphrase. After all, the whole intention behind the process was standardize the Quran. He's coming up with an interpretation of a rewrite the manuscripts because it's clearly explicitly says rewrite the manuscripts. He asked where in the Quran does it say rewrite the manuscripts or rewrite the Quran? It says rewrite the manuscripts because I'm understanding that it's Quran because it's talking about the Quran clearly. And he doesn't deny this. But he's saying rewrite could simply mean paraphrase. But it doesn't say paraphrase. So what reason does he have to believe that that's what it could be? Rewrite means rewrite. I mean, how I took it. And if there were indeed changes, why would the whole community decide to invent a miracle? Again, we're not talking just about the miracle, we're talking about the whole Quran. And if Muslim community, and we're not talking about the whole community anyhow, we're talking about Uthman. Muslim community can then definitely same applies to Christians as well. No, it wouldn't, because there's no evidence that the Gospels are made out of stories floating around and so forth. Okay, he's quoting me. And this is why I said, if I said I like ice cream, it's like you hear I like jumping out of airplanes. You don't actually seem to hear what I am saying. Nowhere in my logic did it ever follow that Muhammad must have done miracles. In fact, my entire argument in this post you're replying to is repeating the idea that miracles were based upon Allah's word. That's true. All right. He says, this is so wrong. Muhammad is not telling stories. These were events that happened throughout his life. As far as allegedly getting revelation, it was, but not things that actually happened. He's putting together a Quran. He's memorizing details, and he's telling them what the Quran was. Okay, from him receiving the first verse in the cave, which his followers would be able to see, obviously, except no followers was with him. He was alone in the cave. To his last verse, all of these events were part of Muhammad's life. He was followed by his followers throughout his life, except at the very beginning, and sometimes when he went into his private tent to receive verses. I quoted directly from the Hadith. It says that the Quran was dictated to Muhammad, and who dictated to his earliest followers, and most of them ended up dying in the Battle of Yamama. And then after that, they got worried that the Quran would be lost. And so they went off searching for all the verses that people knew. Pieced together the Quran, and then they came up with the composition of the Quran. So they're not based on the situation happening throughout his life. They're not at all based on eyewitness testimony, clearly. Okay. Anyway, if Quran is a bunch of stories that Muhammad told his followers, where does the context of Revelation come in? It doesn't. That's the point. Which you often see Muslims appealing to. Okay, what's that got to do with anything? If a Christian appeals to Revelation, do you think it's true? You wouldn't think it's true, would you? And who do you think Muhammad was preaching to anyway? His earliest followers? I don't doubt that. I am above all curious that how did you come to the conclusion that Quran is a bunch of stories Muhammad told his followers? The whole story is Muhammad receiving verses in the community of Arabs. I don't see what the difference is between the verses and receiving verses and a bunch of stories. If he is teaching these verses to his earliest followers and they're memorizing it, and this is what the Quran is pieced together, and the miracle of moon splitting is in the very Quran that they're piecing together. You can call them stories, you can call them verses, call them whatever you want to. At the end of the day, this wasn't an eyewitness account. All right. True, but I indicated that all Muslim traditions been talking. So it's completely wrong. Muhammad didn't dictate the Quran, as you were saying. He dictated the verses. What's the difference? Which only he was receiving, his followers were with him during his time. Okay, so let's assume, for the sake of argument, that they saw Angel Gabriel giving him this information, and then he turns around and repeats it back to his followers as if they're deaf. What's that got to do with what I'm saying here? Nothing. All right. He quotes this. Okay, this right here is nothing more than the reference in the Quran of him actually splitting miracle, of splitting the moon miracle. That's all it is. And he waited his last post to even post this. He could have done it early on, but he doesn't. He just posts it there. But it doesn't matter. It's still part of the Quran that was pieced together from people memorizing information because Muhammad had told it to the earliest followers. That's the point. I guess I had more than I thought. All right, I'm going to have to continue this in part 8 of this video. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and be looking for part 8.